skirt who blew my mind. Ivory lady, how I know you. You wore a Russian shoe and the office file whenever you call, and you were the jazz and
isn't my first rodeo. Aren't they programmed? There we go. All right. Hello, Knoxville. This is your Knoxville Beer Board, and today is Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. Welcome everyone here and to those watching from home. Ms. Hopper, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Fugit?
Here.
Councilwoman Helsley? Councilwoman McKenzie? Councilwoman Parker? Councilwoman Ryder?
Here.
Councilman Roberto? Councilwoman Singh? Vice Mayor Smith? Councilman Thomas?
Okay, the minutes of the last meeting were distributed by email. Are there any corrections to the minutes? The minutes stand as approved, as distributed. Ms. Hopper, do we have anyone signed up for public comments germane to today's agenda?
No.
Thank you much. Seeing as no one has signed up for public comment, we will move on. The next matters of business are items to be postponed or withdrawn. Mr. Byrd, are there any applicants requesting a postponement?
Yes, ma'am. In addition to the items 5A through E in that section, we also have items 6D, 6G, and 6L needing a postponement.
So that's 6D as in dog, 6G, 6L, and what was your last one? Was that it?
That was it. Yes, ma'am.
D, G, and L. Thank you. Are there any items? Oh, without objection, items 6D, G, and L. Any objections? Without objection, these items are postponed as requested. Okay. Mr. Byrd, are there any applicants requesting withdrawal?
There are. Requesting a withdrawal, 6H, and if we count addendum items, 7A, the sole addendum item.
All right. Any objections to 6H and 7A being withdrawn? Without objection, these items are withdrawn. Okay? Before we get started, I have a few announcements. When I call the name of any businesses applying for a permit, please come to the podium, state your name and address clearly into the microphone for the record. You can also lower or raise the podium as needed. Applicants who are approved pending final documentation need to bring their completed documents to the business tax office during regular business hours. If your file is complete, you should be able to pick up from Mr. Byrd at the end of the meeting. Finally, as I'm chairing the meeting, other members will make the motions for the 4th District. Okay, we'll get started now. Our first application, hold on, I'm going to pull it up here so I can see the names. Give me just a second. I swear I've done this before. Slow today. Okay, our first agenda item that we'll hear is Acapulco Mexican Restaurant in the 3rd District. Miguel Dorotio. Make sure to turn the microphone on, the red light, or it'll turn red when you got it on. Okay. There you go.
Okay, my name is Miguel Doroteo, and my business is Acapulco Mexican Restaurant on 6645 Clinton Highway.
Okay. All right. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
We need a copy of the sales tax registration, the certificate of occupancy, and health department approval.
All right. Are there any questions or discussion?
How long do you think it would take?
Microphone.
How long do you think it would take to get those items together?
Oh, Maybe 3 days.
Okay.
Because I already have my tax, but I need to print tomorrow, my bookkeeper, so.
Okay. So move to approve pending final documentation.
Okay.
Second.
Sure. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is, Mr. Byrd, is Adopt a Golden still on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Adopt a Golden, sorry, I misread my notes. Michelle Hummel.
Good afternoon. It's Michelle Hummel, 1632 Purple Martin Way. First, I want to express my condolences to the Roberto family and all. I hate that this happened and been thinking of my thoughts and prayers for them. So, Adopt a Golden, we have 2 events coming up, June 6th and October 13th. They're both fundraisers for our dog rescue, and they're going to be held at Lakeshore. I have not gone through the cask class and asking for approval upon contingency of that, if
Okay.
so moved.
All right. Sergeant Taylor.
No record, and correct on what she said about the cast class.
Okay. Mr. Byrd, I guess.
The file is complete.
Okay.
Second.
Subject to
Task class.
the task, the cat,
Cast.
the class, the cast class. Say that fast.
It's hard to say it.
Yes. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go far, I believe. Our next agenda item, 6C, Adopt a Golden Knoxville. Michelle Hummel.
Sorry, I thought this was a
Oh,
2 for 1.
October 13th. I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
yes, yes.
We have to hear them separately.
Okay, got it. So this event is Oktoberfest, October 13th, Lakeshore Park. Same thing.
Okay.
So fundraiser for Adopt a Golden.
All right, appreciate it. Sergeant Taylor.
Still no record.
Okay. Good job. Good job.
I'm glad I maintained that for 3 seconds.
And she only has to take the cast class once, right?
Yes.
It counts for both.
Counts for both. Okay. Mr. Byrd,
That file is also complete.
great news.
I move approval, subject to
Class.
complete the class. Yeah, the cast class.
Okay. We're trying for everyone in the audience, we tried a comedy routine last time, and I think this week we really need it, so. Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Ms. Hummel. Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is 6E, Casey's store number 4293. I believe we have Jeremy McCutcheon.
Jeremy McCutcheon, Casey's at 2835 Shawd Road.
All right, thank you, sir. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Okay. Mr. Byrd.
We need the certificate of occupancy and Department of Agriculture approval.
Okay. Do I have any questions or discussion from members of the Beer Board? Yes, ma'am.
How long do you think it would take to get those last items together?
Our corporate offices are supposed to be working on those as we speak.
So it could be a while. Kidding. Move to approve pending the final documentation.
Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
And that was the certificate of occupancy and what else? I'm sorry.
Mr. Byrd?
The approval from the Department of Agriculture, the retail food license.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. The next agenda item is 6F, Crafty Bastard, and maybe we have Aaron McLean.
Yes, you most certainly do, Aaron McLean. In this case, 8 Emery Place.
What's that?
8 Emery Place.
Oh, 8 Emery Place, sorry. All right, Sergeant Taylor.
We still need the cast class completed, but other than that, no record.
Yeah, I'll be taking that this Thursday.
Okay. Mr. Byrd?
We need a copy of the sales tax registration, the certificate of occupancy, and approval from the health department.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? Okay. Mr. McLean, this is for the space next door to the current, is that what this is?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so kind of an expansion.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it'll be just no food or anything there? Is anything changing? There's just more space indoors?
More space, but we are also partnering with Mike Freed at Last Days of Autumn. And yeah, he's going to be running a small kitchen, going to be specializing in kind of Creole, New Orleans style cuisine. But he's got all his certifications. But it's going to be Crafty Bastard all the way through. It's our beer permit. We have the lease on everything.
Okay.
We're just subletting a small space for him to run a kitchen.
Are you going to have a shrimp night too?
Absolutely.
I hope it's not Friday night, because then you'd be competing. Sorry.
Might be like Thursday or Saturday, so you can like double up,
Right.
back-to-back nights.
I'm focusing on the important parts. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate it. Any further discussion or questions?
I'll move to approve with final documentation.
Oh, I forgot to ask for a motion. Thank you. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is I can't read. This letter is very tiny. 6I, Ian's Market, number 120, Salim Jawani. You can correct my pronunciation if I did anything wrong there.
This is Salim Jivani. Address is 1180 KUE Avenue.
All right, Sergeant Taylor.
Forgive me, where are we at now?
6I,
6I.
Ian's Market, number 120.
No record.
Okay. Mr. Byrd.
We need the certificate of occupancy and Department of Agriculture approval.
Okay. Do I have any questions or discussion? Okay.
I'll move to approve with final documentation.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Councilwoman Fugit? Okay. If I have no further discussion, have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Next agenda item is 6J, Lakeshore Park Conservancy in the 2nd District. Brittany Spencer.
Hi, I'm Julianne Foy, Executive Director of Lakeshore Park Conservancy at 5930 Lions View Pike.
Thank you.
And do you want me to tell you about our event, or?
We'll wait. We'll do
Okay.
this. If you get me off track, I'll scramble it
Me
all
too.
up.
I get
I'm
it.
bad enough at it as I am. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
That file is complete.
Okay. Do I have any questions or discussion?
Yes, would you please tell us about your event?
Sure, I'd love to. It's June 15th. It's our annual summer picnic where we have restaurants donate curated picnic baskets for people to purchase. And we have a band, and the funds raised from the event go back towards the maintenance and care of Lakeshore Park.
And individuals bring their blankets, is that correct? Or they bring their setup?
They do.
And you provide the basket?
Yep.
Okay, I've seen the photos. I haven't been able to make it.
It's really fun.
Yeah, looks great. Any other questions?
I will move approval.
Okay. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
great event. Thank you. Then our next agenda item is 6K, Lonsdale Mart in the 5th District. Rona Kumar Patel. To have anyone here from the Lonsdale Mart in the 5th District, that's 3208 Rudy Street. Okay, let's bump that to the end of the agenda and come back to it and see if anyone shows up late. Our next agenda item is Patches Barbecue and More in the 4th District. Rochelle Michaela or John Michaela, or both. There's room for two. Oh,
Just one, she's shy.
okay.
John McCalla, manager, Patches Barbecue and More, 5200 Rutledge Pike.
All right, thank you, sir. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Okay, Mr. Byrd.
We need the sales tax registration and certificate of occupancy.
Okay. Any questions or discussion?
Are you going to
No,
move?
you go ahead and move.
I was going to move pending final documentation.
Okay. Does anybody want a second?
To approve, move to approve.
Okay. Mr. Michaela, hopefully I'm saying your last name correctly.
McCalla.
Michaela.
Yes, ma'am.
Not giving it the right Irish twist.
Scotch.
My son will correct me later. He's into that. You guys are in the location there at Rutledge and near
Loves
Holston
Creek,
Middle?
The old Archers building, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay. So your certificate of occupancy, you guys are doing build out. Do you have much build out to do?
We've been open since January the 8th.
Oh, okay. You just got to do certificate of occupancy to turn in for them.
And
Okay.
we've got it with us.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
do we have
Then
it
you
with
might be able to pick up.
Well, we don't have it with us, but we do have it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I've read things on social media about your barbecue.
Well,
Since
thank
that's
you.
what you're doing. So
Hopefully it's good.
yeah, yeah. Oh, Ms. Hopper gives you the thumbs up. All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate you being here. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. Next agenda item is tailgating for a cause in the 6th District. That would be Matt McMillan.
Good afternoon, Matt McMillan, 116 Adair Drive.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Mr. Byrd?
The file is complete.
Okay. Any discussion or questions? Mr. McMillan, before I ask for a motion, could you tell us what your cause is?
Yep, we'll be back for our 13th Brewfest supporting Cure de Chien. And also, as of last year, we're now starting to split those funds for Knoxville placemaking efforts. So really excited in the coming months to start announcing those initiatives as well. So I hope to see everybody June 22nd, right over there.
All right. Do I have a motion? Any seconds? All right, thank you. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. Next agenda item is 6O, Taj Indian Bistro, and Sharanjit Kumar. And please correct my pronunciation as needed.
So I'm Tushar Kumar, the second one on the list.
Oh.
And it's Taj Indian Bistro, 10901 Parkside Drive, Suite 101.
All right, you're actually first on the list. I skipped over, so it's my.
okay, yeah.
It's tiny print. It's tiny.
I couldn't see it either.
It's my fault. I printed it tiny. Sorry.
No, you get
Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Okay, Mr. Byrd.
I just need the certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
Okay.
And do I have any questions or discussion from the beer board? Motion or a second?
I will move approval, subject to final documentation.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll email it.
Okay. Next agenda item is 6P, and that's the ARC Knoxville, the ARC Knox County, my apologies, Jackie Johnson.
Jackie Johnson with the ARC Knox County at 3000 North Central Street.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
All right. Ms. Johnson, can you tell us a little bit about your event?
Yes, it's Over the Edge Urban Repelling event. It's our largest fundraiser of the year.
Okay, and that's a building downtown?
Yeah, we'll be rappelling 12 stories down the Langley building this year for
Okay.
adults with disabilities.
Okay, great. And any questions or discussion? Turn your light.
Yeah.
or-
You guys do really good work, and I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is 6Q, Aramark Neyland Stadium. Evan Fabrizio.
This is David Eldridge of Eldridge and Cravens on behalf of Aramark Sports and Entertainment Services, LLC. With me I have, and that's located, the address is 1300 Philip Fulmer Way. With me I have Evan Fabrizio, who is the local manager for Aramark and the University of Tennessee, and Mike McDonald, who is the district manager from the home office in Pittsburgh. The application in 6Q is for a catering permit that is to permit the sales of beer in connection with catering events. It's connected to the Neyland Stadium location, but it is a catering permit request, and
All right.
that's the introduction.
Thank you so much. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Mr. Byrd?
We just need the certificate of occupancy. I don't know if they would reprint that since it's not a premises change, but whatever they do.
We noticed that and had some confusion, I guess, as to what we need to do to provide that, to just submit the one that we already have, you think?
I would double check with the Development Services Office. That would be my suspicion. I don't want to speak for them, but since there's not a premises change, it's just an additional permit, I would strongly suspect that.
Very well. Was that the only omission from our application?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And if you I would contact, if you have any difficulty contacting the general building services number, then I would contact Mr. Ahrens, Peter Ahrens.
Thank you.
So, because you're just asking for a regenerated one of what you already have, because it's the same premises. Okay, it's just an additional service line. All right.
Very well, thank you.
Any questions or discussion? Councilwoman Singh?
Will this also be volunteer run or bartenders? Okay.
This would be strictly Aramark employees, falling under the same service guidelines that we've established.
Thank you.
Mr. Fabrizio, so the permit that you have already is for the concession stand areas where beer is served at the games. This is is this like a seated dining area?
No, this would be to activate for private event catering.
Okay.
With the development that's happening at Neyland Stadium, we will have a kitchen there. So we were looking to do more of the private event catering, whether it's at Neyland Stadium, the arena, Lindsey Nelson Stadium, receptions, buffets. And currently, we don't have a catering permit to serve beer.
Okay, but the serving would be within this area, the 1300 Philip Fulmer Way.
The intent for the catering permit would be for Knox County, so we could cater around campus, similar to the state catering permit that we have for the wine and spirits. That we can activate around campus, but it would be tied to the license at Neyland Stadium.
Okay, all right. Mr. Frost, so that is tied, that works with the premises permit?
Yes, this is just outgrowth of TABC changing their opinion last year approximately that their caterer permit no longer covers beer, so we now have catering with beer permit, which is what Aramark's applying for.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
And
all right.
if I may,
yes.
And that is the same for all catering permits for caterers in Knoxville. They can serve outside of whatever location their license is tied to.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you,
Mr.
Councilman
Frost.
Smith. All right, do we have a motion and a second? Did somebody make a motion already?
I'll move to approve pending final documentation.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, one abstention, Ms. Hopper. Thank you. Next agenda item, don't go far, is 6R, Aramark Thompson Bowling Arena, 1600 Philip Fulmer Way. Evan Fabrizio.
Yes, again, David Eldridge on behalf of Aramark Sports and Entertainment Services, LLC. The location is 1600 Philip Fulmer Way, Thompson Bowling Arena. Also, for the record, Mr. Fabrizio is still here with me. This permit is an application to expand the location of the existing permit at the Thompson Bowling Arena. I'm used to saying, may I approach? I have a couple of photographs that I'd like to distribute that will allow the beer board to understand what we're trying to accomplish.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Mr. Frost will get those.
Thank you.
Turn it right back. that for, that's for you. Oh, well, you can have my copies when we're done. But
Let me
looks like the
do it and then
docs.
see what the questions are.
Okay. All right, I believe
you.
we all have a copy.
Thank you. You will note that this is an aerial view of the Thompson Bowling Arena, now known as the Food City Center. As stated in the application, this is a request.
You speak a little closer to the microphone, or bend it
Very
for
well,
yourself.
thank
Thank you.
As stated in the application, this is a request to expand the premises under which that permit can be valid. As folks will know, Knoxville is becoming quite the concert destination, and the purpose and intent of this request is to be able to establish vendors on the ramp areas of Thompson and Bowling that would be a part of, and obviously Mr. Frigio can address specific questions, but would be part of the ticketed areas if individuals are coming to an event at Thompson Bowling. The entrances at each of the ramps would be where in an event the ticketed areas individual would come, they'd present their ticket, then they would be into the area, if you will, under which their ticket is good, and they couldn't leave without being able to come back in, So the purpose of this expansion is to relieve some of the congestion that is inside Thompson Bowling for the beer vendor locations and allow the sales of beer on those ramp areas once they've entered that ticketed area. The same service policy, it's going to be Aramark vendors, it's going to be consistent with their very thorough service training policy that is part of this application. And other than that, I'm happy to offer Mr. Fabrizio for particular questions, but that's the purpose of this permit request.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you. Okay, so on the ramp located closest to Pratt Pavilion,
Yes.
the indoor basketball facility, there's going to be beer service there.
Yes.
And you can only access it after you've given your ticket to the basketball game or the other events, a concert. Is it going to be secured at that pedestrian ramp, the long ramp where you walk down?
From the ramp to Pratt?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? My assumption is yes.
Yes, so this also wouldn't be something that the arena would be doing for every event. It's really specifically around concerts where the merchandise is extremely busy inside and creates a lot of congestion.
Can you give us an example? Is there some recent one?
For the Avenged
Like Elton
Seven-
John or something, I don't know, like,
Specifically, a lot of what we've been talking about is the Zach Bryan back-to-back concerts that are coming up.
Okay,
There's
okay.
so much of the merchandise sales inside that eventually the lines end up extremely congested, blocking bathrooms, blocking the concession stands. So in those instances, they would move the ticketed perimeter from the normal arena doors up to the tops of these ramps. So for instance, at the top of the main entrance ramp, there would have all the ticketing and scanning of MAG security. The bridge that comes across from the garage would be funneled up through that main security, and then the ramp from the S5 parking would also have separate ticketing and secure. So what we're looking to do is when they activate these instances where they move the point of ingress away from those arena doors, and this becomes part of the ticketed and secured perimeter, we're looking to be able to sell concessions, including beer outside in those areas.
So if this was like Neyland Stadium and you go in for sake of argument through gate 16, if you try to leave with a beer, somebody's going to be there to stop you.
Correct.
Okay.
And so again, we would only activate in these areas when they have moved that ticketed perimeter up to the top of the ramp, which would not be every event. But yes, in those instances, this entire walkway around the arena would be secured. Once you've scanned your ticket, you cannot leave and come back. It is essentially an extension of the inside of the arena.
Okay. Any questions from, yes, Councilwoman Fugit, sorry.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the intent is this is not going to be for basketball games unless we are like number one and the crowd is so big. I'm just teasing. But I mean, it sounds to me like it's more for non-UT related events, but for the concert business that is done at at Thompson Bowling.
For the most part, that's where the discussions have surrounded. Now, obviously, a part of them moving that ticketed perimeter to the tops of the ramps is very much weather dependent. I do think it's something that they may want to do for men's basketball and hopefully ladies balls as well this coming year. But really, it would be dependent on weather. Our hope would be that anytime they do move that perimeter up, we would have that option. But for the most part, the conversations around when they're able to actually expand that true perimeter of the arena is pretty weather dependent, so.
It's weather dependent, but the reality is whenever UT decides or whatever decides that from now on, basically, if this happens, it doesn't matter what the event is, as long as the security is moved outside of the building, that's where you ticket and you can't get out.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay, because I think, the original, what we just heard was it was primarily for concerts, but I want people to be very clear, it's not limited to concerts. It could be for any event held at Thompson Bowling where the decision is made to move the secure entrance outside.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Thank you.
And there would be nothing to prevent permanently changing that, doing beer gardens, doing whatever. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. I just want us to be clear that what we're doing is not just based on one business line. This could forever alter that because it would just alter the amount of space that the permit covers now.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And my apologies, I was trying to give more of a specific example of the intent.
I'm not saying that you were trying to do that. I just want, people watch this, they hear this, it's been in the paper, what are they doing at Thompson Bowling? There's beer going to be everywhere. I just want, for on the record, as my attorney friends say, that this is really kind of what could happen from now on. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Chair.
Vice Mayor Smith, sorry.
A couple of things. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. The ticketing will start where the parking lot meets the ramp. Is that how I should visualize this?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so
On both sides.
Sure. But in our printout, the color of the cement changes.
Right.
I'm just making sure I have the right marker. So also for accuracy's sake for the public as well and for us, I don't think any of these graphics are in our packet, and so.
That is correct.
And I would even like, for the record, to see these outlined, if that's possible, so that we can all be on the same page.
That will be fine. I have a pretty rough outline that I can provide to you
Okay.
all that includes the
That's
marking.
better than, I think that's better.
Yeah.
So. if
Ms.
you-
Hopper can include that with the minutes package.
I'll be happy to
Okay.
submit
Yeah,
this
thank you for
with
that.
the packet.
Okay, that's how I'm understanding this, and I want to make sure that it makes it into the record as well.
And
So-
it indicates, of course, the where the access points to the ramp are blocked. I mean, the pink line is where the boundaries would be.
And back to the question we had on the previous item, would this be sold just by Aramark employees, or volunteer groups would be able to sell out in this space as well?
This is all going to be Aramark vendors, Aramark employees.
Okay.
I'm getting there. Okay. Oh, Mr. Frost.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd, I picked up on what Vice Mayor Smith said. From the paperwork, what was published in the paper, was there any indication, Mr. Byrd, that this was outdoor area or anything? Because I was looking, we have like basically floor plans for the inside of the arena, and there was nothing publicly noticed about the exterior of it, was there?
I mean, the documents that were submitted are what I have from the service plan.
If I may, the application does reference adding entrance ramps to existing beer permit at Thompson Bowling
Yes, it
Arena.
does.
I don't know if that was part of the public notice, but it is part of the application.
Okay, that I was just thrown by the
Yeah,
photos.
yeah.
It is clear that it's on the entrance ramps to existing
Yep.
beer permit.
So we're all
terms of
clear.
public notice.
We can get it in the packet. That'll make everybody feel better, I think. Thank you.
I think the confusion is that the illustrations in the packet well, yeah, I mean, it has these little corners. I know you might not be able to see mine, Mr. Elridge, but in our packet, it's page 400 that I'm looking at. And in your packet, I think it says sheet 4 of 9. That's of the architectural drawings. Yeah, that's where it starts. It has these, so on that sheet 4 of 9 from your architectural drawings, page 400 of our packet, it says ramp on one corner and beer garden, and they're very small areas. So that's what we publicly noticed were these very tiny squares at the corners of the building, not the outdoor spaces.
Let me address that if I
Sure.
might, Ms. Ryder. And so at the top, well, if you're holding
Yes,
page 4 of 9 vertically,
yes.
the beer garden, that which is labeled beer garden, that's already in existence. That's already covered under the existing permit. The reference to ramp and the outlined where the entrance doors are the same entrance doors that are referenced in our pictures.
Okay. So, Mr. Elridge, did I get your last name correct?
Very close, Eldridge.
Eldridge, sorry. Okay, so if I take your drawing, I don't know if you can see because I'm sorry, I'm working with a pencil.
Right.
If I take your drawing of what was publicly noticed and that is what, can you see that square?
No, I
That
can't.
is what you're proposing in your packet to make your beer garden.
No, it's broader than that. Would you pass the outline? Sorry if I made.
Oh, I understand that. It's this whole area in these. I'm saying what was publicly noticed. If I look at this, it's very reasonable for me to say, this is what you're publicly noticing. So I'm just, in fairness, I don't know. I'll defer to Mr. Frost if that's sufficient to add it to the record afterwards.
Well, I would, Councilwoman Ryder, I would go back to the application, as Vice Mayor pointed out, that it talks about adding entrance ramps to the existing permit at Thompson Bowling, and the entrance ramps are the entrance ramps. They are. I would respectfully submit that it would be clear from this application that there is a request to add the entrance ramps to Thompson Bowling to the existing permit.
Mr. Frost, your feelings on it?
On page 400, I do see two, holding it vertically, I do see two areas outlined that say ramp. So that's what this is limited to.
Okay. And the ramp is the end of the wall where the full large ramp area meets the parking lot. That's satisfactory documentation.
If it's what they turned in. I don't know if it comports with the aerial photographs they passed out or not. What they turned in is what's being heard tonight. What they turned in for the agenda packet, yes.
Okay. Any other questions from anybody on the beer board? Council Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I assume ticketing will be pushed to where the parking lot meets the ramps. Security will as well, to make sure that people are ID'd there. Once they come down the ramps or have a beverage, they can't go back out to the parking lot. Security will be pushed out to the perimeter as well?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right.
And
thank you.
If there is a question about notice, obviously, then we would take whatever the description is, that if there's a concern about whether there was sufficient notice given about the extent to which the ramp, then we would ask that the ramp that is described in page 400 be actually 400. That the permit be expanded at least to that point. But I would suggest that there has been notice that we're seeking a permit on the ramps.
Okay, Mr. Eldridge, my additional question is the security, or Mr. Fabrizio, the security that will be making sure that people don't walk out, come and go. Can you explain, who is the security that will be making sure that beer stays on premises?
So that's the third-party access security contracted by the university. So essentially, the entire ticketing and security setup that is usually at the arena entrance doors,
at the doors.
all of that equipment and that staff moves up to that location. So the doors at that point become just free-flow doors, where the MAG security, the security guards, and the ticket scanners are at those entrances to the ramp.
Okay.
So the same perimeter that is typically established at those doors expands out and has the same presence.
So when the doors are the perimeter, as they are now prior to this application, those individuals at the door are checking tickets, but they're also making sure people aren't walking out with beers?
Two separate groups.
Okay.
So there's the university usher staff that scans all of the tickets.
Okay.
And then there is access security, which keeps anyone from entering, exiting, making sure they're going through the bags, and also the controlling the alcohol leaving the arena as well.
So they're just moving their service point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the number of service points is actually going to diminish, right? Because right now, I can go to almost any of the doors around the perimeter of the building. How many?
Essentially, yes.
They selectively decide which ones are going to be open, but now it's more limited to the entrances to these two ramps?
Not just the two ramps. So again, a piece of that comes from what the event is and what the university determines for those entries. But again, on the aerial, typically the top of the ramp, but then the smaller ramp that winds up from below the parking garage, that would have a ticketing scanner mag added as well.
Okay.
But essentially all areas to enter that platform and surface around the arena are completely secured. So where you go from, say, a one entrance, two sets of doors, now you only have one access point, but it's much, much larger.
Gotcha. Okay.
So they're essentially taking that entire staff group and moving the same mags and ticket scanners up to that new access point.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Sergeant Taylor, you have any additional questions? You have your light on as well?
I have lots of questions, but I'll try to limit. So, and maybe Mr. Frost, I think you might have already alluded to this. We're on the agenda, it's a catering permit, but this sounds more like you're wanting a new premise permit.
This is the first one was a catering permit. This one is to expand the premises at the arena only, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But they're both.
Catering permit, we've already dealt with that, as I understand it.
Is this not, they're not both applications for catering permits?
No.
This is just to expand
Okay, then that was a mistype on my end, so, okay. Does that change the certificate of occupancy? Expanding this out to the ramps? You're gonna fit a lot more people in there to drink. And that's, this is above my knowledge.
To my
base, but-
knowledge, the certificate of occupancy would stay the same. They're not admitting any more guests. It's more just expanding the footprint of the concourse to reduce the congestion. But the actual ticketed number of guests would not change. The certificate of occupancy still stays the same for the arena itself.
Now, on the, you talked about security at the end of the ramp, so I guess where the ramp meets the sidewalk. Is that required to be a physical barrier in a catering event? Like in a beer garden, normally there was a physical barrier, not just a person there watching people come and go.
This, I don't believe, would fall under catering event because this would be our typical on-premise license. But typically there is, for this, yes, a physical barrier. So on either side of the security mags and the ticket scanners, there's bike rack or cattle rack that block any other sort of access points.
I have no further.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. No, did you want to talk further? Mr. Eldridge? Did you have?
I'm not sure.
I was about to make a motion.
I think I've addressed this. I mean, the long range is to make this venue a more, it is designed to make it a more concert-friendly and appealing for those that attend concerts. And it's more focused on concerts, but there is not a limit to it. And from the city of Knoxville point of view, we would, of course, like those that are bringing large concerts to Knoxville to want to continue to bring them back.
Mr. Eldridge, how many seats is the stadium? Do you know? Or Thompson Bowling?
19. The arena is.
Mr. Fabrizio.
The arena is roughly just under 23,000 seats,
Okay.
but adjusts depending on what the setup is for.
Sure. On the floor.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. I have been to a concert there, even though it sounds like I don't know my way around the building. Okay. Any motion?
I got a comment.
Mr. Councilwoman Thomas, Councilman Thomas. Sorry.
Since there may be some ambiguity between the public notice and what was contained in the packet as far as the area to be served, would it be possible maybe to postpone this and let them amend the packet to make sure that would remove the ambiguity of the service area to be that they are trying to expand to?
I mean, that's an option. What they applied for is what they applied for. I don't know if what got handed out here, if that's more than what they submitted. If that's more than what they submitted, that's not what the beer board can approve tonight.
Okay.
We would. We would ask, if there's a question about what we applied for, we would obviously ask that that permit be expanded to the area that we applied.
As shown in the packet. We would ask that what is shown in the packet be considered, and if the additional aerials are not considered to be in the packet, then we would ask just for what was considered in the packet with the image and the drawings that were given.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve pending final documentation.
Man, you beat me to it.
Sorry.
I've had my light on.
Oh, Councilwoman Fugit.
No, I was fine. I was just going to say, but you could always come back and then ask for it to be extended to what you presented.
I think.
Of course.
Can I comment on this?
Well, I'll second your motion, Tommy. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes. Councilwoman Ryder, Beer Board Chair, has a comment. I think, so part of my issue is that the packet, our application process doesn't give you something clear to say, you just wrote in there, expand your service area, and then I see down here, and part of it, it's adding entrance ramps, but there's no good description of what the perimeter is or what the entrance ramps are. And I don't know. I think ideally it should have been the illustrations that were brought to tonight's meeting should have been in the packet. So, and Mr. Eldridge, I hear you saying, well, and Mr. Fabrizio, to approve what's in the packet. I can't really tell from the drawings that are in the packet. They literally look like rectangles outside the doorways, but that's clearly not what we're talking about. We're talking about this much larger area that goes beyond the rectangle drawn. I mean, I'm not in opposition to it, and I'm not sure it changes anything. It just, the packet just didn't make it clear that we were talking about the whole ramps. That's all. And I think that's what Councilman Thomas, okay, now everybody's got their hands up. Councilman Thomas.
Well, I will say that there seems to be some ambiguity between the photos and some of the written material in the application, but the application does say expanding to the ramps. That actually is in the application. Now, you may not know that if you look at some of the visuals that was applied, so I think we could probably suffice with that. It may not be perfect as far as clarity, but I think it probably does fit what we would need to approve it.
Councilwoman Fugit, but Singh also has her hand up.
I
so
was
keep
going to agree. I mean,
Okay.
the application says interest ramps.
Okay.
I agree, pictures are difficult, but they're asking for what they applied for.
Okay. Councilwoman Singh.
I was going in the opposite direction, that if we have so many questions, I'd like to have clarity in the files before we approve this. So if it requires a postponement, or if we can approve, I don't think we know exactly what's in the package to go ahead and approve that tonight. So for me, I would feel more comfortable waiting until everything is all together and we're not questioning it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. So at this point, we would vote, because that's what we, I think, need to do. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 2 abstentions? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we're past then with 2 abstentions. Thank you. Mr. Fabrizio, not to be scolding, but just better drawings next time, that's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Mr. Byrd, please demand better drawings.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Look forward to some great concert there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Should I submit these
Oh,
for the record?
it's our, yes, our recorder here has that. Okay, we actually have one agenda item to go back to, and I'm trying to even remember which. 6K. Okay, yes. Has anyone from Lonsdale Mart, 5th District, 3208 Rudy Street, Lonsdale Mart. Okay. It appears no one has come from there. Mr. Byrd, do you have any?
I can't explain his absence. I haven't talked to him today or yesterday. We were kind of on track with supplying documents and stuff last week, so I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay, first time around and has documents. Councilman Thomas.
Yeah, he has been in touch with Mr. Byrd, and we don't know why he didn't come up today, but there's been no previous postponement, so I would move to postpone it to the next council meeting.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Okay, anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Is there any more business before the beer board? I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Yes, you know what? Where have you been your whole life?
Council members, at 6:04, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll start with the invocation led by Vice Mayor Smith, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member Debbie Helsley. Please rise as you're able.
Tonight we meet and lift up Councilman Roberto's family, and we mourn with them in the passing of Kylie. We're reminded about the sorrows of life and the importance of treating one another with care. Please allow us to make improvements for our city, not for the sake of pride or ambition, but because we care for one another as humans and want the best quality of life possible for everyone we serve. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Hopper, would you please call roll?
Councilwoman Fugit. Here. Councilwoman Helsley. Here. Councilwoman McKenzie. Councilwoman Parker.
Here.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Councilman Roberto. Councilwoman Singh. Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
Councilman Thomas.
Okay, 7 of 9 members present. Next item is approval of the minutes from our last meeting. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any items to be withdrawn? Are there any items to be postponed? Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to postpone items 10A and 10B, particularly item 10B. The neighborhood and the applicant would like some time to meet. But again, to repeat, I would make a motion to postpone items 10A and 10B
For 2
weeks. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made to postpone for 2 weeks. Items 10A and 10B has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, are there any other items to be postponed? Are there any items requested to be added by motion? Is there a consent item? No. Okay.
Mayor,
Oh, yes?
I would like to make a motion to add items to consent.
Okay, Vice Mayor Smith.
Items 9A, C, and D, I would like to make a motion to add to the consent agenda.
Okay, Vice Mayor Smith has made a motion to move items 9A, C, and D to the consent agenda. It's been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Parker?
Yes, I was actually going to say this during my council report, but it was brought to my attention that 4 weeks ago we put something on the consent agenda that had someone signed up to speak to it. And my understanding was that we do have, as a part of our city council rules, it's written that items on second reading can be added to the consent agenda. But we've had kind of informal conversations about not adding items to the consent agenda that have individuals signed up to speak to them. And so I just wanted to let y'all know that I'm no longer supporting that motion. I would support us continuing a conversation about our current rules and whether we want to return to them, because if we do follow the rules, then what is on consent will be noticed to the public. As we are operating currently, what happened 4 weeks ago, someone signed up to speak to an agenda item and couldn't get into the room to alert us to the fact that they wanted to speak to the agenda item. And so there's no notice to them that we are on a weekly on a every meeting basis now committed to adding these items consent, so I'm not able to support the motion.
Okay, council members, it requires a unanimous vote to move things from the regular agenda to consent. So this is not unanimous, so I guess we'll move on with the agenda as published, okay? Any other questions or discussion before we move on? Okay, thank you. It's time now for my mayor's report, and as most of you know, as everybody knows, we are here tonight with very heavy hearts. Sunday night, Councilman Andrew Roberto's daughter, Kylie, was killed in a head-on crash in West Knoxville. We are all heartbroken and shocked by this tragic news. As a mom, I can't imagine what he's going through, and I know that it's affected all the people who knew and loved Kylie. So we just want to keep Andrew and his family in our prayers and in our thoughts and lift them up in whatever way we can, while also acknowledging that they need privacy to mourn during this time as they come to grips with what has happened. He will certainly let us know when arrangements have been made so we can support the family by attending the service if we wish. So if we could have a moment of silence to remember Kylie and keep Andrew and his family in our thoughts. Thank you. And now want to review our rules of decorum, which I share at the beginning of every meeting. So a quick reminder for those who wish to speak either to a specific agenda item or during public forum, need to sign up with the city recorder ahead of time. Please do not use profanity, and when speaking to specific agenda items, please remember to stay on topic. Council's rules state that remarks must be germane to the question before the assembly. This is according to Robert's rules, and which council has decided to follow. So remarks must be germane to the question before the assembly, which means statements must have a bearing on whether the pending motion should be adopted. Those who fail to adhere to council's rules will be ruled out of order and asked to step away from the podium. For those who are listening, please note, you may not disrupt a public meeting from the audience. Those who do may be asked to leave. Thank you in advance for everyone's respect for these rules. That concludes my mayor's report. Are there any reports from council members? Okay, seeing none, we will move on with the next item. Ms. Hopper? Okay. Well, we'll fix, the screen's not functioning as we hoped, but we're going to move on anyways. We're on item 8A, elections and confirmations.
8A is a resolution confirming the appointment of Officer Leslie Presley to the Record Services Commission.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9A is an ordinance to amend the capital budget and the operating budget, both as approved by ordinance 069-2023 for fiscal year 23-24, and to transfer surplus, excess, or unencumbered funds between various units and funds as reflected in the various funds and budgets of the city of Knoxville.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, 4 people have signed up to speak, 2 in favor and 2 in opposition. The first person in favor is Ellis Connolly. Ellis Connolly, are you present? Okay. Present. You have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9A, and remember to please stay on topic. Excuse me? Just start the clock, please. Oh, the micro. So, Let me see if the red light is on. Move where your hand is. Yes, now it's on. See the red light at the mic?
Testing.
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, Ellis Conley, District 3. Before I begin, it's not necessarily germane, but I would also like to express my sincerest condolences in light of the news of this great tragedy. I will be keeping the council members' daughters in my prayers and my thoughts, and I will pass the word along to my church. It's a very big tragedy. I've lost people in my life. Sorry, not necessarily germane, but my condolences. However, I stand before you today to voice my wholehearted support for this proposed ordinance to amend the capital and operating budget. First and foremost, let me emphasize the critical importance of financial flexibility within our city's budgetary framework. In a rapidly evolving economic landscape, characterized both by opportunities and unforeseen challenges, it is paramount that we possess the agility to allocate resources where they are most needed. This ordinance represents a prudent and proactive approach to financial management, enabling us to adapt swiftly to changing circumstances and to maximize the effectiveness of our public expenditure. Moreover, the proposed amendments reflect a commitment to responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. By identifying surplus of unencumbered funds within existing budgets, we demonstrate our dedication to financial discipline and fiscal discipline and efficiency. Rather than allowing these resources to languish in accounts where they may or may not be useful or fully utilized, we have the opportunity to redirect them towards initiatives that directly benefit the residents of Knoxville. Whether it be infrastructure improvements, community development projects, or essential services, every dollar repurposed through this ordinance represents an investment in the well-being and prosperity of our city. Furthermore, I urge the council to consider the broader implications of this ordinance in terms of long-term strategic planning. By reallocating funds in accordance with evolving priorities and emerging needs, we lay the groundwork for sustained growth and resilience. This proactive approach not only enhances our capacity to address immediate challenges, but also positions Knoxville for continued success in the years to come. It is an investment in our collective future, ensuring that we remain agile, adaptable, and well-positioned to seize opportunities as they arise. In conclusion, I urge each and every member of the council to support this ordinance wholeheartedly. By doing so, we affirm our commitment to responsible governance, prudent financial management, and the well-being of our constituents. Let us seize this opportunity to harness the full potential of our city's resources, to chart a course toward a brighter and more prosperous future for all residents of Knoxville. For example, in the funding of housing and other public works. Thank you for your time and attention, and God bless you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak in favor of item 9A is Rosa May. Rosa May, are you present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if Rosa May could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9A.
Hello. I'm Rosa May. I live in West Knoxville. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of this vibrant community, let me immerse you in the maze of bureaucratic jargon where words dance to the rhythm of power, echoing the discordant symphony of governance. Tonight we gather under the guise of democracy, but let us not be fooled by the illusion of choice, for in this theater of shadows, the script is already written, and we are but players in a tragedy of our own making. Whew. Behold, the ordinance to amend the capital budget and the operating budget, a labyrinthine concoction of numbers and acronyms crafted by unseen hands in the dim corridors of municipal authority. 069-2023, a number that rings with solemnity but decrees past, binds us to its will, dictating the course of our fiscal destiny for the year 23-24. But fear not, for within this convoluted clauses lies the promise of salvation, the promise of transfer, surplus, excess, unencumbered funds, shifting like tectonic plates beneath the surface of our city's coffers. Let us dissect this ordinance, strip away the veneer of legality, and expose the raw nerves of its intent. For what is a budget but a reflection of our values, a mirror held up to society's collective conscience? Yet in this reflection, we see distortions, fractures, the scars of inequity etched into the very fabric of our fiscal policy. And that's where the picture cuts off, so I'll leave.
Okay, next person signed up to speak on item 9A in opposition is Nicholas Gass. If you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9A.
Ahoy, matey. I believe you forgot a captain in there. It's Captain Nicholas Gass.
And your address for the record, please, Captain Gass?
I live in Knoxville, somewhere I forget. Anyway, name's Nick. So, ahoy there, me hearties and esteemed members of City Council. I be standing before you today to speak out against this here resolution that be looking to plunder the coffers of our fair city. Or you be talking about amending budgets and transferring funds like it be nothing more than swapping pieces of eight. But I be telling you, this be a matter of grave concern for all us landlubbers. Well, you landlubbers. You see, me hearties, messing with the budget be like tampering with the very mast that keeps our ship on its merry way. Sure, you may think that moving gold from one chest to another be no big issue, but what be the consequences down the line? Think on it, me mateys. Them surplus funds may be needed for repairs to our roads or to keep our schools afloat. Afloat, get it? And who's to say that the excess funds wouldn't be squandered on some fancy shindig for the swanky elites, where the rest of us be left to swab the decks? Or, and what be of transparency, eh? How are we to trust you scallywags in the finance department, no offense, to make these transfers without a proper accounting? It'd be like letting the ship's cook be in charge of navigating the seas. So, me hearties, I urge you to hoist your Jolly Roger and stand against these resolutions. Let's keep our city's treasure safe and sound for the good of all who call Knoxville home. Thank you, mateys.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak on item 9A in opposition is Rick Roach. Mr. Roach, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. I think, I knew I should have signed up earlier. I can't follow this. I will. I've spoken to you before on different budget items about the movement of funds and priorities and commitments. And this council traditionally does not make serious commitments, especially to those that are in need and need to be helped the most. So that's why I'm against this movement of funds without truly informing the public about why we can't take care of the least of these. It's a weird thing that we want to get upset because we ask for transparency. Most of us don't have the time, literally, to stay informed about what goes on at a city council meeting, the millions of dollars that are moved back and forth, the lack of transparency and the lack of clarity on what is really going on in terms of our government. And it's a very frustrating thing, very frustrating. And just as an individual who has come before you guys before multiple times, I've heard a lot of promises, I've had a lot of promises said to me about what needs to be done in particular areas, in particular housing as of late, but just overall development within the city. And, you know, we're not delivering. And when I say we, I mean you guys. It's a frustrating thing. It really is a frustrating thing. Literally, you spend more time on squelching the voices of the people. Literally. 4 weeks ago, I observed that. And it gets to the point where it's not even, it's beyond frustrating. It's beyond frustrating. And, you know, you're gonna continue to open up a divide where there's not gonna be a middle anymore. It's just gonna be a chasm. It's just gonna be a chasm. And again, it's gonna be the haves and the have-nots. And that's the way we're trending. And we got people out here working hard every day, doing what they gotta do in their own minds. And nothing's coming of it. Nothing's coming of it. And the people that are being the most negatively affected, again, are the ones whose voices are not being heard. Their needs are not being met. And it's not like we don't have enough resources to do what needs to be done. Long time ago, I asked then Mayor Haslam about an ordinance. We were speaking on a friend. We were speaking about an ordinance, came in opposition to the ordinance, the sidewalk ordinance. And in my faith tradition, I asked the question, are we our brother's keeper? And, you know, again, literally we've had political silence since then. That question is not being answered. So y'all keep doing what you got to do. Don't be upset. Don't be annoyed when people have to figure out other ways to try and communicate what's going on out here.
Council, that concludes people who've signed up to speak on item 9A. Are there any questions or discussion for council, among council? Yeah, Councilmember Ryder?
Yes, Mr. Evans, you reached out to us in advance of this. This is second reading of this. This is a housekeeping budget amendment to move money that hasn't been spent or things that need revision. Can you explain anything more about what funds are being moved? And where?
It gives us the authority at the end of the fiscal year. You know, in the state of Tennessee, you have to have a balanced budget. Your budget's got to be balanced going in when it gets approved, and at the end, all the funds and accounts and so forth have got to be balanced. So at the end of the FY, I can't guarantee you which ones are going to be overspent or underspent, but I can tell you just about everything will be at least in a small amount, because you never project it exactly right unless it's a fixed cost or a fixed revenue, and there's few of those. So this gives us authority to true it up right then, and if you have excess, it rolls back into unassigned fund balance, and you all know about it. Give you an example, it could be a fund-to-fund thing where like you go from the general fund to fund city court, which is its own special fund, or city court, they make excess and above what they need to run themselves, and then that could go back into the general fund. That might be an example. Or it could be organ to organ. Public service department didn't use all their funds, but maybe fire's a little bit over for some reason, and we put that in there. I mean, it's just the vast majority of very small fixes. We're not talking about new starts here at the end of the FY. It's just
And this is at the
truing it up.
end of the FY, June 30th, so you can't
yes.
use today's numbers.
It's after June 30th. It's as we're
Okay.
trying to close the books and balance everything.
Okay, appreciate the explanation.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
I do appreciate conversations that we've had on this topic and on this process, and it seems like that there is more room for some transparency. just to have a sense of once those funds are balanced, the excess and the deficits are addressed. You know, it would be good to see what the result of that was. We know that whatever movement is made, it will be within the budget that was approved by City Council, but it doesn't give us a sense of, you know, are we underspending a couple of million in one fund where we thought we were spending more and moving that to another fund where we thought we were spending less? That's my only concern about this process. Otherwise, it makes sense to me, but it would be nice to know what movements happen, you know, before the audit committee meets. And even when the audit committee meets, we don't discuss what movements happened as a result of this ordinance that we're passing.
Mr. Evans?
I'm not sure what you're asking for. Be a little more clear, please. What do you want?
We are authorizing you to do something, and I would like an update on what you did.
When would you like that update?
As soon as you have it.
Okay, well, that'll probably be at least 3 months after the end of the FY.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what I'm saying is we get a report through the auditing process, but 3 months after the close of this fiscal year is much sooner than the audit report that we get.
Yeah, we'll do the best we can.
Awesome.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
I think, was there another public forum speaker signed up for this item?
Yes, I signed up at 4:16. I have the email right in front of me. I emailed the one on the website, and I got the automatic reply, so I emailed Angela Hopper, and it didn't get through, I guess, but I'm supposed to speak against.
What's your name?
Juno.
Did
I
you
live
get
at
the
37902.
email?
I can show it to you. I mean, if it's in the wrong...
Council members, you know, this person, you want to let them speak even though they didn't sign up in time, or we don't have a record of it? Ms. Hopper was already down here. You know, it may have been there or not. You know, what does council want to do?
I mean, if you want to see the time...
I'll make a
it says 5
motion
p.m.
to
on
let
the
him
website.
speak, because Ms. Hopper was down here setting up for beer board, doing work.
Okay. Motion has
Second.
been made. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
No second?
I've seconded about 5 times.
I didn't
Second.
hear you.
It's a little bit of
Gotcha.
exaggeration.
Any questions or discussion about the motion? Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, I'm inclined to let him speak, but just a point of clarity, is there a deadline that people?
You know, usually Mr. Johnson is handling that, so I'm not sure how he usually, it's usually 4:30, so it sounds like you were just down here extra early because you had more to do than normal. So I think that it was just an unusual thing with a substitute recorder here today, sounds like. Okay, any other questions or discussion on this particular motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, you have up to 5 minutes to address council. Please start by stating your name and address for the record.
Hey, I'm Juno Murray, 37902. I'm going to be echoing a lot of what Rick said because I had this speech written and then I realized I should just talk for my feelings because I've been watching the city council for just a year. He's been watching it for decades, and y'all, the budget, it's not going to get allocated to the things that it needs to be. I get to watch friends of mine be homeless. I get to watch encampments get swept up. And it's really fucking frustrating because I know they're
Please don't use profanity, please.
messed up. I won't use profanity anymore. But it's really messed up. And I think it kind of deserves profanity because of how horrific it is, genuinely. These people on the street and they get displaced. It's just it breaks your heart, you know? And this budget resolution is, I mean, it's not gonna fix that. Y'all don't really do anything to fix anything. And when we ask you to, you say, we need support from the county, we need support from the state. It's really hard to watch because these people just wanna exist and live and work and like enjoy themselves. And like, I'm lucky enough to be able to come out here, but like so many people I know aren't. And it just hurts. It just hurts. It hurts them more than it hurts me, but it really is painful to see. And I want to say also, like, this does not apply to Amelia Parker. She's lovely. And she's the only one who puts resolutions that matter. It's just, I wish y'all would try to listen to folks and listen to the people that are not heard very often. Because, man, this budget really harms people. I don't know. We have a whole tank I found out recently. I mean, it's from like 9/11, but that's messed up. Like, why do we have that? Why was any money directed to that when it could have been, I don't know. I just want people to have housing, and I know this resolution isn't gonna give us that. Man. I think I'm about done, y'all, but thank you for letting me speak. Thank you for listening. I'm actually gonna keep chatting. I blue-balled you there. That's not profanity, which is kind of interesting, actually. But,
Mr. Murray, please keep it germane to the topic, which is the budget.
Oh, yeah,
and
so
whether they should vote for or against it. You've signed up to speak in opposition.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's why I'm against the budget, actually, is because of the harm that this city does to people. The car-centric culture, and we know the budget goes to that. Like, we all know it does. Like, we don't see $20 million going to CAT. We see it going to a pedestrian bridge for students who are here 3/4 of the year and not for people who are here all year. It really hurts to see. We see the baseball stadium get funded, and it's like, wow. Yeah, I'm done. Thank y'all.
Council, that concludes people signed up on this item. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item, please.
9B is an ordinance to adopt the one-year plan dated 2024 as prepared by the Knox County Planning Commission of the City of Knoxville.
Motion made to approve and seconded. We have a total of 4 people signed up to speak on item 9B. We'll start with the people speaking in favor. First is Ellis Connolly. Ellis Connolly, please come to the podium. You'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. Good evening once more, esteemed members of Knoxville City Council. I stand before you today in full support of the proposed ordinance to adopt the one-year plan dated 2024 as prepared by the Knox County Planning Commission. I believe this plan was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission and represents a vital step forward for our beloved city of Knoxville. As residents of this vibrant community, we all share a vested interest in the growth, development, and prosperity of this great city. The one-year plan serves as a blueprint for guiding that growth in a sustainable and inclusive manner, ensuring that Knoxville continues to thrive while preserving the unique character that makes it special. One of the most commendable aspects of this plan is its comprehensive nature. It addresses a wide range of critical issues, including housing, transportation, economic development, environmental conservation, and social equity. By taking a holistic approach to planning, the one-year plan seeks to create a city that works for everyone, regardless of background or circumstance. In particular, I would like to highlight the plan's emphasis on affordable housing. As Knoxville continues to experience population growth, the need for accessible and affordable housing options becomes increasingly urgent. The one-year plan includes strategies for expanding The one-year plan includes strategies for expanding affordable housing opportunities, reducing homelessness, and revitalizing underserved neighborhoods. By prioritizing housing affordability, we can assure that Knoxville remains a place where people of all income levels can live, work, and thrive. Furthermore, the one-year plan places a strong emphasis on sustainability and resilience. As we confront the challenges of climate change and environmental degradation, it is essential that we take a proactive step, multiple steps, to minimize our ecological footprint and protect our natural resources. This includes measures to promote energy efficiency, reduce greenhouse gases, and enhance green spaces throughout the city, as well as preserve the natural areas already present in our great city. By investing in sustainability in this way, we can create a healthier, more resilient, and all-around better Knoxville for not only our generation, but for many future generations to come and enjoy. I would also like, although this plan is not as thorough as people like me may like, and nor is it as long-term as people like me may also prefer, it is still a vital step forward and hopefully entails more investment in Knoxville infrastructure such as this to come, especially in the areas of housing and environmental sustainability. Maybe in the future, we can have longer-term plans such as this, maybe in the 2, 3, or even 5-year range. However, I would like to close out at this point. In closing, I urge each and every one of you to support the adoption of the one-year plan dated 2024. By doing so, you will not only be investing in the future of our city, but also reaffirming your commitment to serving the best interests of all Knoxville residents. Together, let us embrace this opportunity to shape a brighter, more prosperous future for our beloved community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and may God bless you.
Next person signed up to speak on this item in favor is Rosa May. You'll have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9B.
Forgive me if I pause a lot. There might be profanity in this, and I want to make sure to keep things like PG. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of this august assembly, let me regale you with a tale of bureaucratic machinations, I don't know how to pronounce that word, and fiscal acrobatics, a narrative woven within the labyrinthine corridors of municipal governance. What I bring to you today is not merely a mundane recitation of numbers and figures, but a glimpse into the surrealistic landscape of the city of Knoxville's financial realm.
Ms. Rosa May, I don't know how you prefer to be addressed, but this is about the one-year plan. The budget was the last item. It's already been approved. So please keep it germane.
All right. I don't have anything.
Okay, next person signed up to speak on item 9B in opposition is Nicholas Gass. You'll have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9B.
Give me a moment, hold on.
Just as a reminder, the item 9B is an ordinance to adopt a one-year plan.
All right. Avast me hearties, gather around and lend me your ears as I raise me voice against this here ordinance that seeks to adopt the one-year plan crafted by the scallywags over at the Knox County Planning Commission. Or you might be wondering, why be I opposing such a harmless sounding piece of parchment? Well, let me tell you, mateys, the devil be in the details. You see, these landlubbers in the Planning Commission may be thinking they be charting a course for smooth sailing, but who be they to decide the fate of our fair city without a word from us, the true sons and daughters of Knoxville? Well, not me, I'm from the Caribbean, but you know. Or I'll tell you what be the problem. This one-year plan be like setting a course without knowing where the rocks be hidden beneath the waves. It'd be like blindfolding the lookout and hoping for the best when the storm clouds gather on the horizon. And what be of the voices of the people, eh? Shouldn't we, the salt of the earth, or salt of the sea in my case, have a say in what be happening in our own backyard? It'd be a matter of democracy, me hearties, and we won't stand for being left in the dark like a ship without a compass. So, me fellow buccaneers, let's raise our voices and tell the Planning Commission that their one-year plan be needing some serious reevaluation. Let's demand transparency, let's demand accountability, and let's make sure that our voices be heard loud and clear across the Tennessees. Or may the winds of change blow in our favor as we fight for what be right and just for our beloved city. Thank you, mateys.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak is Juno Murray. Juno Murray. You'll have up to 5 minutes to speak to council about item 9B.
Alrighty. I'm glad y'all got me this time. I appreciate that. Y'all are real as I can't say it. Sorry. So this one-year plan, I think we just need to echo similar points. This one-year plan is something that has come about because of an administration that wants to run the city. An administration that doesn't really want the city council to do anything. They don't really want to do anything except for harass houseless folks. Again, I'm echoing a similar point where if the one-year plan doesn't involve like a low barrier housing option, what's really the point? If it doesn't involve better public transit, what is the point? It takes an hour to get anywhere by bus, and some people rely on that, you know? That is so much time in their lives that they lose, and man, I'm really getting my feels, y'all. I'm gonna keep pressing forward though. I hope y'all understand. I don't know, maybe I'm like coming here hoping today to change some hearts and minds. I don't think it'll happen though, because y'all have been consistently just unwilling. Couldn't even get a second on a really important resolution that was important to a lot of people. I think we know what I'm talking about. And yeah, I think in any case, like, people will show up, people will try to we petition you, we come to all these meetings. These meetings.
Juno Murray, please remember to keep on topic, which is about the one-year plan that's before council tonight.
Alrighty. So we're back to the one-year plan, which just concerns me. It concerns me about this whole business of government because, like, I don't really have much of a say, you know? Other folks around me don't have much of a say in what this plan was going to be. And I'm just speaking out, feeling my feelings about that. Because, I mean, we elect y'all in some sense. Obviously, like, the districts are gerrymandered, but, like, I think this is still on topic because I would really like to know a lot more information and for everyone to have a lot more control than they do on what happens in their lives. Because I know what a lot of people want. And I'm worried that y'all don't really. That's been a consistent theme once again, as I've talked about. This is a pretty interesting resolution. I also am interested in the fact that I need to stay on topic when I've heard in the past that hasn't been a rule, but
Mr. Murray, I'm ruling you out of order. You're not germane to the topic. You can, if you want to talk about the plan, you can, otherwise you can step away. Oh, I apologize.
Appreciate you. All right, I'll dip out. I'll yield my time. You know how it goes.
Okay, council members, that concludes the people signed up to speak on item 9B. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item, please.
9C is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification of property located at 610 and 612 Hollywood Road from RN1 District to RN2 District. R. Jason Barnes, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, we have 3 people signed up to speak. We'll start with the people signed up to speak in favor. First is Ellis Connolly. Ellis Connolly, please come to the podium. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. And a reminder, the item is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification at a property on Hollywood Road. That's the topic.
Yes, ma'am. Well, hello again, and good evening once more, esteemed members of Knoxville City Council. The speech I wrote asked me to give my name. You already know it. Ellis Conley, District 3. I stand before you once more to voice this time my support for the proposed ordinance to change the base zoning classification of a couple of properties in Hollywood Road. I believe 610 and 612 Hollywood Road, from RN-1 to RN-2, with the Honorable R. James Barnes as applicant. As a resident of this vibrant community, and as all of us being residents of this vibrant community, it's imperative that we balance growth and development with preserving a unique character and integrity of our neighborhoods. The proposed zoning change aligns with this principle by allowing the responsible development while maintaining the essence of single-family residential neighborhoods. First and foremost, I believe this zoning change will contribute positively to the overall growth and prosperity of this city. By transitioning from RN-1 to RN-2, we are providing an opportunity for increased housing density within the area, which is essential for meeting the growing demands of our population. This not only supports Knoxville's economic viability and vitality, but also ensures that our city remains an attractive destination for families looking to put down roots. Moreover, the proposed ordinance reflects a thoughtful approach to urban planning and development. RN-2 zoning promotes a harmonious blend of residential structures that complement the existing fabric of the neighborhood. It allows for slightly denser housing options while still maintaining the predominantly single-family character that defines our community. And while I might not agree entirely with the idea of the nuclear family and of single-family housing as a primary form of housing in any city, it is important to take baby steps to alleviate that. The balance is for now crucial for fostering a sense of cohesion and identity among residents while accommodating evolving housing needs. Furthermore, I commend Knox County's Planning Commission for the unanimous approval of this proposal. Their endorsement underscores the thorough consideration and analysis that went into evaluating the potential impacts and benefits of the zoning change. It's reassuring to know that this decision is supported by experts who have diligently assessed its implications on both the immediate vicinity and broader cityscape. In addition to promoting sustainable growth, this zoning change also presents an opportunity to enhance the quality of life for current and future residents of Hollywood Road. With RN2 zoning, we have the potential to encourage innovative design and architectural standards that elevate the aesthetic appeal of the neighborhood. This includes features such as green spaces, pedestrian-friendly pathways, and other amenities that foster a sense of community and well-being, and not to mention is all around safer for residents of the neighborhood overall. There's nothing quite as safe as a neighborhood without cars. In conclusion, I urge the members of City Council to approve the proposed ordinance to change the base zoning classification of these two roads, 610 and 612 Hollywood Road, from RN1 to RN-2. This decision represents a significant step forward, like the previous ordinances before this one, to strike a balance between growth and preservation. And it demonstrates our commitment to creating vibrant, inclusive neighborhoods that reflect the values of our great city. Thank you very much for your time and consideration once more, and may God bless you.
Council, the next person signed up to speak in favor of item 9C is Rosa May. Rosa May, please come to the podium. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Hello. All right. So have you heard about this ordinance they're trying to pass in Knoxville? Yeah, apparently they want to change the zoning classification of some property on Hollywood Road. I mean, Hollywood Road in Knoxville? What's next? Sunset Boulevard in Idaho? And get this, they're going from RN-1 to RN-2. I didn't even know neighborhoods had medical degrees. Oh, sorry, your neighborhood only has RN-1. It can't perform surgeries yet. And who comes up with these names anyway? RN-1 and RN-2? It sounds like they're trying to upgrade the neighborhood's nursing staff. We need more experienced nurses in Hollywood Road. Stat. But it's not just any old property, folks. No, it's 610 and 612 Hollywood Road. That's right. Of 2 whole properties. Must be some serious business going on there. I can imagine the neighborhoods are thrilled. Hey, Frank, did you hear? We're going from RN-1 to RN-2. Wow, does that mean we get better TV reception? And who's behind this all, you ask? None other than R. Jason Barnes. I don't know who this guy is. One second. I don't know who this guy is, but he must have some serious clout. Hey, I want my neighborhood upgraded. Make it happen, City Council. But my favorite part is how the Planning Commission approved it unanimously. Can you imagine that meeting? All in favor of changing the zoning classification of Hollywood Road, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Silence. Great, motion passed. Let's go grab lunch. But hey, who am I to judge? I'm just it says guy here, but I'm actually neither a man or a woman, who tells jokes for a living. If they want to change the zoning classification of Hollywood Road, more power to them. Just don't be surprised if you see RN-2 neighborhoods popping up everywhere. Who knows? Maybe next they'll be prescribing zoning codes for common colds. Take 2 RN-2 neighborhoods and call me in the morning. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, next person signed up for item 9C in opposition is Juno Murray. Juno Murray, please come to the podium. You will have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9C.
Just so we're safe this time, I have a speech prepared. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary folks, today we are tasked with considering an ordinance to adopt the 1 year, oh, that's actually the wrong one. Give me one moment. It was supposed to be 9C. It is incumbent upon us to scrutinize its merits and implications before proceeding. At first glance, this resolution may appear to be a well-intentioned roadmap for guiding the development and
Excuse me, this is an ordinance, so I think you're not on topic, and so I'm ruling you out of order. You can speak on the topic of item 9C or have a seat.
Give me one moment. So I'll just talk about changing zoning. So there's an interesting thing that's been talked about in terms of changing zoning, which is changing a lot of...
Excuse me, it's not just a general zoning thing. The item before council, and to keep germane, you have to speak to whether they should adopt a particular item before them that you're speaking to, 9C. It's about the Hollywood Road change from RN1 to RN2.
Then I'll probably dip out. I apologize. I thought the speech was prepared, but it was prepared for the wrong one. So hopefully next time I'll...
Thank you. Okay, council, that concludes people who have signed up to speak to item 9C. Any further questions or discussion by council? Council member Ryder?
Yeah, is Mr. Barnes, the applicant, present? Yes. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions? So I see this is in the TDR, and it's currently zoned RN1. You're asking for an RN2, and that your application includes a combined lot footprint. Just curious what your plans are.
I'm not combining them.
Oh, okay. You just combined them in the application for the square footage?
I did.
Okay, so...
Oh, no, not for the square footage. There's over 10,000 square feet per lot.
Okay, so back to my original, or part of my question.
Oh,
I
you're
guess
talking about the application? Why did I put both of them on there?
No,
Oh.
irrelevant. Sorry, it's confusing evening. It's been a long couple of days on my part, not
Sorry,
you.
I'm still thrown off by the pirate.
That's okay, that's okay. I know. I'm not really amused. It's been a long 2 days for some of us up here. What's your plan? Why are you asking for the rezoning? That was my question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Everything on both sides is RN2.
Okay.
RN2 will allow 5,000 square feet per lot. So there would be off Apex, could be another driveway coming off both lots, splitting the two lots in two. So next would be the subdivision of those two lots.
Okay, so is your plan to demolish the houses that are there?
Now, I own the houses that are there. I'm going to
Okay.
build two more off Apex on the backside of the lot. They're 273 feet long.
Off the Apex,
So Hollywood Road,
yes?
the homes are 25-foot setbacks.
Oh, Apex is the name of the drive behind
The very
it.
back, yes.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
Sorry, okay,
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Apex Road, I believe, is the one behind it.
Okay,
It
I
touches
understand.
the back of the Hollywood lot.
So what's the depth of your lots, do you know?
273
Okay.
on one of them and
I gotcha.
271 on the other.
So you're gonna keep the existing homes there and create homes facing Apex Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think we currently have 24 on Hollywood.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ryder. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
9D is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification of property located at 0 Western Avenue from IG District to CG1 District. Mikhail Habib, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. There are 4 people signed up to speak to this item, 2 in favor and 2 in opposition. First one to speak in favor is Ellis Connolly. Ellis Connolly, please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Ellis Conley, District 3. Thank you very much. Good evening and hello once more, members of Knoxville City Council. I stand before you for the final time to support this proposed ordinance to change the base zoning classification of the property at Western Avenue from IG to C-G-1, Mikhail Habib as applicant. As residents and stakeholders in our dynamic city, it is essential we adapt to the evolve to meet the challenge and the needs of our community. The proposed zoning change represents another strategic opportunity to revitalize an underutilized area and unlock its full potential for economic growth and development. First and foremost, transitioning from the IG to the CG1 zoning classification aligns with the vision of fostering vibrant commercial corridors that serve as engines of prosperity for our great city. Western Avenue, with its strategic location and accessibility, presents a prime opportunity for mixed-use development that caters to the diverse needs of our residents and businesses alike. By embracing a more flexible and inclusive zoning designation, we have the chance to attract a wide range of commercial activities, from retail and dining establishments to service-oriented businesses and professional offices. Moreover, the proposed ordinance reflects a proactive approach to land use planning that prioritizes compatibility and synergy between different zones. While the current IG classification may have served its purpose in the past, rezoning to C-G-1 opens the door to a more harmonious blend of commercial and industrial uses that can coexist and thrive together. This not only enhances the vitality of Western Avenue, but also creates opportunities for job creation, investment, and entrepreneurship in our community. I commend the Knox County Planning Commission for their unanimous approval of this proposal, which underscores the rigorous evaluation and public input processes that preceded this decision. Their endorsement speaks to the thoughtful consideration of the potential impacts and benefits of the zoning change, as well as its alignments with the broader goals and objectives outlined in our city's comprehensive plan, already discussed. Furthermore, I believe that rezoning this area of Western Avenue to CG1 has the potential to catalyze positive ripple effects throughout the surrounding neighborhoods and beyond. By attracting new businesses and investment, we can stimulate economic growth and property values, which in turn contribute to the overall prosperity and well-being of our city. Additionally, a vibrant commercial corridor can serve as a focal point for community engagement and interaction, fostering a sense of pride and identity among Knoxville City residents. I urge members of the council to approve the proposed ordinance to change the base zoning classification of this area of Western Avenue. This decision once more represents a strategic opportunity to unlock the full potential of this area, promote economic vitality, and create a more vibrant and inclusive city for all, much like the previous three ordinances we have already discussed today. And I appreciate the dedication to our city and ensuring its sustainable development, not just this year, but many years to come. With hope, we can look towards the future and create even more opportunities for growth in this city, especially in the realms of sustainability and commercial development. Preferably, those two working hand in hand to create a safer, more environmentally friendly, and more friendly overall city of Knoxville. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Have a nice day, and may God bless you all.
Next person signed up to speak in favor of item 9D is Rosa May. So Rosa May is not present. We'll move on to the two people signed up to speak in opposition to item 9D. First is Nicholas Gass. Nicholas Gass, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 9D.
Ahoy, mateys. The name's Captain Nick, as you well know, and I live somewhere about, I don't remember where I parked it, my bad. Let me look up my script, hold on, give me a moment. All right, wait. There we go. All right, avast me hearties, gather ye around as I raise me voice against this here ordination, whatever, same thing, that seeks to change the base zoning classification of a piece of land over at Western Avenue. Now you may be thinking, what be the harm in switching from a general industrial district to a general commercial district? But mark me words, me mateys, there be more to this than meets the eye. You see, once we open the floodgates of commercialization, there be no turning back. What be next, I ask you? Will they be building taverns and brothels where once stood factories and warehouses? Will the clang of hammers be replaced with the clink of coins? Wait. Oh shit, I dropped some. My bad. And the smoke of industry by the stench of greed. Or I tell you what be the problem. This be a slippery slope, me hearties, and once you start sliding, there be no stopping till you reach the depth of Davy Jones' locker. What be the fate of our fair city if we let the merchants and traders run amok, carving up our land like pieces of eight? And what of the folks who call this land their home? Will they be forced to abandon ship when the tide turns and the merchants come knocking with their shiny trinkets and promises of gold? What be coming to the families who've toiled and sweated to build a life here, only to be cast aside like flotsam in a storm? Can't speak. So, me fellow buccaneers, let's stand tall and firm against this ordinance. Let's defend the sanctity of our land and the rights of our people to live and thrive in peace. Let's not be swayed by the lure of quick profits and false promises, but instead hold fast to the values that make us who we are. Or may the spirit of resistance burn bright in our hearts as we face this storm head on. Let's raise the black flag of defiance and show these landlubbers we won't be pushed around like pieces on a chessboard. For the honor of Knoxville and the future of all who call her home. And give me a moment to collect all my coins I dropped.
Okay, next person signed up to speak is Juno Murray. Juno Murray? Okay, that concludes people signed up to speak to item 9D. Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a quitclaim deed or any other required documents to transfer property located along West Jackson Avenue, including the former McClung Warehouses site between North Gay Street and South Broadway, to Knoxville's Community Development Corporation.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, one person has signed up to speak on this item in opposition. Tom Ruggles, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council on item 11A.
Before I get started, what happened to 10A? Sorry, I missed the beginning of the meeting.
Those were postponed.
Okay, got postponed again. All right, 11A, my name is Tom Ruggles. I live in Knoxville's District 2. I'm speaking against this resolution. And my opposition to this stems from what I was able to gather from the website developed about it. And so the tentative plan with this is to build a few mixed housing as well as an open space for flexible gatherings in this area along the railroad tracks that's currently being used for parking and has a few abandoned warehouses on it. And this is unfortunate because this is really like a very softball opportunity to build some affordable housing. Like these properties just happen to fall perfectly into the city's hands in a beautiful potential location to build numerous affordable housing units right in the heart of downtown Knoxville. And I think that is what should be seized with this plan. Of course, we know this plan is still very much in its infancy, and what will ultimately be built on that property still is to be determined. And so that's why I'm here today advocating for us to consider using this for affordable housing rather than mixed income. Because, you know, mixed income, this does include some affordable units, but when we're in a city that is thousands of units short, and when we have a list for vouchers that is over 1,000 long, and when we have 1,200 people who live and spend every night in the streets, every unit that we're building that is not affordable housing is a major loss and a violence against those people who are struggling to keep themselves housed. Let us not forget the desperation of the people in this city to keep a roof over their heads. Some of them are really struggling to do so. I recall being here, this was in August or September, I believe, when the mayor had touted raising the cat bus driver wage.
Mr. Ruggles, please stay germane to the topic, which is about McClung Warehouse. please stay germane to the topic, which is item 11A, McClung Warehouse.
Yes, affordable housing needs to be affordable for our public employees, and so their wage is very much relevant to this discussion. Thank you. So yeah, they're getting paid $18 an hour. That is $36,000.
Mr. Ruggles, that's not germane to the topic.
How is this not germane to the topic?
It's my ruling that it's not germane to the topic on McClung Warehouses. Yeah. You can speak about this item, or you can step away. Your decision. No comments from the audience, please. If you want to speak to council on any items, you can sign up with the city recorder. Mr. Ruggles, you have another minute, 45 seconds to speak on item 11A.
Which I'm really trying to get to. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So at $18 an hour, you can afford $900 a month following the 30% rule. That is $900 a month maximum is what folks should be paying at that wage according to this well-established rule of thumb. And so, is there anybody in here that actually has a $900 a month apartment? One person. Let the record state that 1 out of 30 live in a $900 a month apartment. And so, as I've said in the past, this body and me and other people who come here have a stark difference in what we consider to be affordable housing, which I would like to be built on this property mentioned in the resolution. When we talk about affordable, we're talking $900 a month or less. Because, you know, this $18 an hour, that was touted as a good wage. And at that good wage, you can afford $900 a month. This means we need to have units that are $700. We need units that are $800. And so this is what we need to be striving for, and this is what is possible on this property, and I would really like to see that happen. So I hope we can slightly change this plan and make these new properties that have come to us really benefit those who are really struggling in our city. Thank you.
Council members, that concludes the people who signed up to speak on item 11A. I want to thank council members for those of you who were able to participate in the community input session that we had on this site. And for those of you who weren't, I'm sure you were able to read the website that where Rebecca Jane Justice and members of our city staff compiled the feedback that we got. And so we have a website dedicated to information about this redevelopment project and updating it often as we move through each phase. Once this transfer happens, we can complete a market study and a request for proposals that reflects that community input for interested development teams. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Parker.
Yes, Mayor. This is a city council meeting, and I really do not appreciate you muting my mic during the meeting. Because if I have a motion to make, I can't do it if you've muted my mic.
For the record, I've never muted your mic.
Okay, well, someone muted my mic because I was not able to use my mic that whole time. Perhaps if you mute one mic, it mutes others. That could be something for us to look into.
Only a certain number of mics work at one time. That's been an issue in the
Yours isn't on right now. Go ahead, Councilmember Parker, you have the floor.
It's a concern. It's a concern for me if council members are not able to speak. If we have mics in front of us that does not allow multiple people to speak and address at the same time, if we have a motion to make, that's concerning. We're being silenced during our own meeting. So I wanted to raise that as something for us to look into. I appreciate you clarifying that you did not mute me, and I accept that. But I don't appreciate not being able to use my mic when I want to make a motion. So we have to look into this. What was the other issue? I can't even remember what my other point was. Interrupting the speakers during public forum continues to be concerning. It throws me off. I can't hear their argument. That was a perfectly fine argument to make. I don't understand why you continue to interrupt the public forum speakers. It makes no sense. And it makes our meetings go on longer when I have to pipe in to express my concerns because you're not allowing people to speak. I mean, I can take 5 minutes to speak on every agenda item, right? But I don't do that. I'm allowing the public to speak when they want to speak, but I'm not doing that. But if you're not going to allow the public to speak, then you're forcing me and other members of council to have to speak, and hopefully our mics will work when we try to use them. I have similar concerns about the property that were raised by the speaker. We had one public engagement opportunity, other than online opportunities, which I wasn't aware of. There was an election going on, so I may have missed it because I was running for re-election. But I was not able to attend, and now we have a full plan before us that concerns me. I'm concerned how the public meeting was structured. I'm concerned how the online survey was structured. The question that was posed to the community is, what does downtown need? Well, usually for a downtown area, and especially when we're in a housing crisis, we think the broader, because downtown is an area that not only serves downtown residences and businesses, but it also serves the entire community. That's why so much investment has gone into downtown. So reducing or limiting how people are even approaching the question, I believe is problematic because it doesn't give our community an opportunity to engage in a conversation about what as a city do we need. What as a city do we need? And when we have property that we've acquired that is in our most walkable, most serviced in terms of bus transportation area, we need to be thinking about affordable housing. And not, as the speaker spoke to, not actual affordable housing that's at a price point that current residents of Knoxville can afford. We continue to have projects come before us, and we discuss them as if we're not having, we discuss them as if there wasn't a pandemic upon us, as if there wasn't a housing crisis upon us, as if there isn't a growing gap between those who have and those who do not in this city. That has been the ongoing discussions of this council. And I believe it's time for us to actually use our assets and not say, oh man, we got federal money coming in. This is the time to do all this fun stuff we want to do in the city and invest in public furniture and all this blah, blah, blah stuff that people don't need. That's the fun stuff. Go into ribbon cuttings every 2 seconds for fun stuff. But we got real needs to address in the city. We do. We got real needs to address. And we have to use the tools and the assets that we have available to us to address those needs. We can't have conversations with the community as if we don't already have needs to address. So that's what I want to say.
Councilmember Helsing?
Well, I was going to ask Director Justice to actually, this project, as I understand it, is not inked yet. It's not, it's the process is still in the works. But before we get to that, there's nobody, Councilwoman Singh, Parker, that's against public housing or affordable housing. That it seems so unfair that like everything has to be that. We do a lot of affordable housing. It's all in my neighborhood. So I think we do that justice. And speaking of justice, Director Justice, can you talk to us about the warehouses?
Yes, thank you for your question. This project is still in the planning phases, and we will take the public input to continue to create a master plan that will guide the RFP proposals. That will include the focus, the four main themes of the feedback in the public input We're increasing and continuing connectivity through walkability and mobility. So that means all modes of transportation, offering multiple income levels of housing, offering retail spaces, and addressing parking and public spaces.
So part of that could very well be affordable housing. We just don't yet know that.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ryder and then Councilmember Fugit.
Yeah, Director Justice, so to be really clear, what point in the process are we? What are we voting on tonight? Just a transfer of the deed? And then what is the next step?
Correct. This is a procedural step in the process. With KCDC as our redevelopment authority, they assist us in the redevelopment process. So as we have collected public input, the next step is to continue the master planning studies on addressing how the public input can fit into massing studies. And those studies and master plans will be part of the exhibits to an RFP. So when interested development teams submit their proposals, we have set a framework that they have to fulfill, whether it's massing or programming like affordable or mixed income housing.
And what's the time frame for when we expect, from now, this deed transfer to an RFP?
An RFP will be prepared in the beginning of 2025.
Okay, so about 6 to 8 months.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Fugit, your light's off. Any other, Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, Director Justice, I know there's some websites, I've seen them, I've used them, that follow the process, kind of tells us what stage we are in, and it's easy for me to find them because I'm a city council person. Is there a way that you could just verbally tell the public how they might be able to get on those websites?
Yes, an easy way is to go to the city's main webpage, and there's a search bar, and if you type in McClung Warehouse, it will be one of the first to pop up.
Okay, yeah, I would just urge any of the public who is interested in this, and I know there's a lot of interest, that there's a lot of information on these websites, and you can give some clarity to people's concerns and the public input that's to come. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Parker.
So to clarify, it sounds like we are voting to transfer the property to KCDC with guidance on how they should handle the property.
No, we are transferring the property to KCDC to continue the partnership to redevelop this property. We continue to remain partners throughout the redevelopment process. KCDC has more strengths and capacity to implement projects and other due diligence factors that the city does not.
Yes, that's very clear. But what you stated earlier was that we have gathered input and have, I don't remember what the terminology was that you used, but I don't know, developed some sort of details like mixed use that would be a part of the redevelopment plan. Like this, we will not transfer this to KCDC and this becomes public housing.
No, that's not the intention.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough to get to my point. We have an intention as we transfer this property. So I don't want the public to walk away confused that, oh, we're early in the process. You can go to a website. There will be more public input, and no one's against public housing. We can have public housing. No, we are transferring this property with an intention, and it's okay to have that intention. But we need to be clear with the public and not try to confuse the public about what's happening here. I believe that we need affordable housing, especially at this location. I would love to see a public housing development at this location. I'm worried to see a similar development as to what KCDC brought us from 2 blocks away, where they couldn't find a buyer. And we ended up with 4 affordable housing units, 2 blocks away. So no, I don't feel comfortable transferring this at this point, because I don't believe what is being discussed is what I feel we as a city should be prioritizing.
Council Member Fugit, and then Ryder.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley, I see you're here. Can you answer a question for me, please? Well, you don't know yet until I ask it, but you know. There's a difference between public housing and affordable housing definitions, correct?
That's correct.
And so what KCDC builds and manages is public housing.
So public housing is a HUD program, and it's very rare that you see public housing built these days. It was one of the original Federal Housing Act programs. Affordable housing is broadly used to describe anything that's Section 8 or Section 9, so it would include public housing, project-based rental assistance, project-based vouchers, all of those subsidized programs. It would also include low-income housing tax credits, which are a development subsidy but flat rent. So as one of the speakers mentioned previously, maybe it's $800 for a one-bedroom, something like that.
Thank you, because I think we're hearing public and affordable, and sometimes those mean different things to different people. So thank you for clarifying that. My other question is, how much money is available in HUD vouchers?
So in any given year, annually, there is about $30 million in an annual appropriation.
And
that
is
available.
that for just us?
That is for Knox County.
Okay, so that's all of Knox County. So oftentimes people are on lists because there's no more
There's
money.
no more money. The money gets spent every year, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I will just say I'm going to vote for this because KCDC is the person that does redevelopment on behalf of the city. And so we have to transfer the property to make this process move forward, or we just sit there for longer with vacant property with no plans being made for it. And I will also say, from a revenue status, some private development on it actually puts it back on the tax roll. If it were just held by KCDC as public housing, it is not necessarily taxable.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryder?
Mr. Bentley, when we discussed this property the other day, so part of the reason that it has to be so the city has the option of RFPing something without transferring ownership, I believe. But there's a reason that has to do with the environmental,
Yeah, I think
as to why we are doing this transfer.
There's a number of reasons, and part of it is legal, but a lot of it's just tactical. The city of Knoxville, and we've partnered with you all, are great at vision, at strategy, at public engagement. Some of the implementation aspects of this, site due diligence, infrastructure planning, those kinds of things we do. And when we work on First Creek at Austin, Transforming Western, 5 Points. So we do a lot of that development work that really lays the groundwork for an RFP. And not just an RFP that's put out into the public to see what happens, but one that's actually going to receive proposals. So we work hand in hand with the city of Knoxville to do that. But I think it's as much about identifying who's responsible for what, and the strengths of the city and the strengths of KCDC working together to make it the best project.
So our intention, Ms. Justice or Mr. Bentley, in transferring this deed over, because I think part of the conversation was our intention. Our intention is to come up with not just an RFP, but a viable RFP that will get responses that actually.
That's correct.
Create more housing and possibly mixed use, because that would be possibly what's appropriate on the ground level over there. And then, Mr. Bentley, as a tag-along question, when the conversation comes up about public or affordable housing, when you guys redid Austin Homes, You didn't just do one income level because that's not what HUD wants. That's not their directive. Is that correct?
That is correct. So their new development programs, Choice Neighborhoods, the Transforming Western program, those are built around creating communities with socioeconomic diversity. And the intention there is really to have people of various backgrounds living together in a neighborhood. Yeah.
Right, because the research says that that's a healthy neighborhood.
Opportunity Insights is a Harvard affiliated group. They have done national longitudinal studies on upward mobility amongst children and families that grow up in socioeconomically diverse neighborhoods. That's sort of the foundation for why HUD wants to see that type of development. Yes.
Okay, so our vision could be well more than 4 units of low income. I mean, do we have some sense of what might fit on this property? It's pretty large.
It is large. It's about 4 acres. And I think it's interesting to note and maybe Director Justice should talk about this, but the workforce housing occurs to me. We've been setting parameters around targeting 10% of units in market rate development to this point. I think on this site, because it's publicly owned, there's an opportunity potentially to do better than that 10%. That's what I know all of us in this room would like to see. So yes, we will, the unit numbers for affordable and workforce housing at this site will be much better than 4 units.
Okay, and last question, and this may be for you or Ms. Justice. By state law, when someone comes to us and asks for a private developer with a private parcel, and they come to us and ask for a pilot, usually maybe a TIF, we can't leverage and tell them how many, there's limitations by state law as to.
There are limitations on requiring those things,
Okay.
but as long as it's categorized as an incentive for something that is within the development priorities of the city of Knoxville. Right now, I need to whisper it, that is legal under state law.
Okay, but if this goes out as an RFP and it's city-owned property, does that change the scenario?
Potentially, if it was a city-issued RFP, that could complicate that legal situation, yes.
But it's not going to be a city-issued RFP. It's going to
Correct.
be a KCDC. All right, appreciate that.
Councilmember Parker?
Just to clarify what you were saying about the 4 units, that building was KCDC-owned property, was it not?
Yes, that service parking lot was.
And then an RFP was issued.
Correct.
And the project that we ended up with was a development with 4 affordable housing units.
Correct.
What we're talking about right now is a publicly owned building.
Yes.
We'd be engaging in an RFP process.
Correct.
So I'm not sure how this situation is much different than the property a couple of blocks away.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the only reason why I stress that it's important we are clear on our intentions on the front end, because KCDC is simply going to do the work of the city. Whatever the KCDC is asked to do, KCDC as the redevelopment agent is going to move forward. You're not going to conduct your own public outreach, public input process to determine how to use the land once we transfer the land to you.
That is correct. We'll work in collaboration with the city.
Right. So I don't know if we've gotten to any things any clearer than they were a minute ago, but essentially my concern is that we haven't been clear. Well, I guess the city has been clear on the intentions, but I don't agree with those intentions. I think we can do more with that property than what has been proposed, especially the open space suggestion when it's right next to an area that's being used for open space concerts, and I'm very confused about that one. I think we need more affordable housing, and the 4 affordable units at the property a couple of blocks away is a much different scenario than Austin Homes or First Creek at Austin. First Creek at Austin these are, the last I heard was these were all apartments under 100% area median income. So we're talking about downtown. When we go market rate downtown, we're not talking affordable, y'all. We're not talking about the typical mixed income developments that HUD's talking about. That's not what HUD's talking about. If we're going by HUD's definition, then we need to bring a whole lot more low-income folks into downtown Knoxville to give us a good mix of high-income and low-income folks in the area, from what I can see. So I'm not able to support this. Of course, if we had a better plan, I ultimately support this going to our redevelopment agency to do the work, but I don't agree with what we have identified as the priorities for this property at this point.
Council members, just to clarify, this has been a surface parking lot for at least 10 years. The members of our community, I know we need parking, but they also know that the highest best use for such well-located property is more than a surface parking lot. So if we want to respond to the community's needs for more housing, for mixed-use housing, for more parking, perhaps structured parking in the lower levels of this, for mixed use, mixed income in a way that connects people to opportunities, approving this tonight is going to help us move forward on that. And if voting against it is the status quo, which is surface parking lot for I don't know how many more years. So I appreciate your consideration. I'm very thankful for KCDC's partnership. Ms. Justice and her team do a great job. They're a total of 3 people. And so we use KCDC's staff to do the redevelopment work that is beyond our staffing levels. And that's what they have expertise in, and that's what they've been very successful in redeveloping some very tricky, hard to develop properties throughout our city. This is a great opportunity, and I appreciate your consideration and hopefully your vote to support this moving forward this evening. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah. I wasn't necessarily drawing a correlation to the property. I guess we're talking about Lone Tree Pass, or Councilwoman Parker was. Mr. Bentley, what you said that the site that we're discussing right now to vote on is 4 acres. What's the size of the Lone Tree Pass site?
Just slightly over a ½ acre, and we actually looked at developing that in-house. That would have been wonderful. The challenges of that site, the need to go vertical, and at that point in time, some of the resources available to do that site in the realm of affordable, we could not, KCDC, make those numbers work. And I know that that's one of the reasons we received 3 proposals on that site. It was challenging from a number of perspectives.
Okay, but quite smaller. Thank you for clarifying.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Next item, please.
11B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment to the lease with Legacy Parks Foundation for water access at Bicentennial Park for a non-motorized boat launch to extend the lease period and to provide for additional extension periods.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. 11B, we have one person signed up to speak to that item, Mr. Tom Ruggles. You have
Hello
up to
again.
5 minutes.
Hello again, Tom Ruggles, Knoxville District Number 2. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Yeah, this boat launch is a great thing. I like doing some kayaking, and so I've had the great pleasure of using this. And so, you know, today is a good opportunity to reinforce our commitment to the well-being and the recreational capacity of our city and our community here, and a great opportunity to, you know, keep building on this partnership that we have built with the organization, the nonprofit that is under contract to work this site. And so I stand before you as an advocate for this resolution for the mayor to execute a First Amendment on the lease with Legacy Parks Foundation, the nonprofit who oversees this property, concerning the non-motorized boat pier at Bicentennial Park. And so since the last iteration of this contract that was signed back in 2021, this boat launch has really become a cherished asset to our community. And it provides not only recreation, but also, it makes people feel closer to our environment, and thus is invoking a sense of need to better steward our rivers and waterways, which is really important here in the Tennessee region, where we've seen a lot of environmental damage to our rivers, particularly through the surface mining in Appalachia and things as such. So it's really great where we can provide these opportunities for our citizens to be able to develop these deep bonds with our local ecologies and realize that, ourselves, we are part of that ecology. We do not stand against that ecology. We are really one with our rivers and our trees and the such. And so I've mentioned, I've had the pleasure of using this boat ramp a few times. The first time was actually when my father came to visit me last year, and he's actually, he's getting a little older, so he can't do much hiking and things that this region is really great for. And so building on this kayaking resource was great for him because he can paddle all day, but he can't walk all day. And so I think another good point to realize is how, there are certain individuals with accessibility concerns that can utilize this resource, whereas they can't utilize some of our other beautiful natural resources that we have in this area. And so that is all the more reason for us to keep building this. And actually, he had such a good time on that first kayaking trip that we went and did another one the second week. So that shows us just how, this great resource is able to invoke that passion in people. And something that might be more pertinent to these council members' mind is the economic impact that this launch brings. We do not own kayaks, so we rented kayaks from one of the local companies there, and they actually used that ramp. And so this is also a good means of bringing in good environmentally friendly businesses to that area, and generating more revenue. So hopefully we can generate taxes that build affordable housing and other things. I digress. And so, like I mentioned, I'm really in favor of this. I guess my only question is, as I was reading through the packet didn't actually include the contract inside of it, which I thought was kind of weird. So I don't know how much this contract is for, and that's just one point of question I had. I guess it's not really a concern because, this is a resource we should be paying for, but if anyone has the answer to that, I'd be curious to hear it. And so with that, I'll yield the last 40 seconds of my time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any further questions or comments? Seeing none. Council Member Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. Our ordinances do require that any item that we are to vote on that amends something we've already approved, we should have enough of that original text in our agenda so that we know what we are amending. And I had the same concern when I read through this agenda item.
I'm asking the law director to look at that. If you could just give him a second, please. Item 11B. Is Carol Evans here from Legacy Parks? I don't know if she's in the audience. No. Okay. Usually we put the contract in there, right? Amendments in there? Okay, Mr. Law Director is going to see, address what's in the agenda backup materials.
What's in the materials is, in fact, the copy of the First Amendment to the lease. Excuse me. And it sets out all the changes in the lease that occur as a result of this. It doesn't set out everything that's in the original lease, and certainly that's a public document as well, and we'd be glad to furnish that to you upon your request.
So that doesn't have to be in our agenda.
No.
That is something that has, I know when I write a resolution or an ordinance, I want it to, especially when I brought forward the charter amendments, and maybe I'm thinking more of charter amendments, but it's important that you understand what language was there before. But what you're saying, as long as that's available on the public record, it doesn't have to be in our agenda.
No, it doesn't have to be in the agenda, but again, if you would like to review that, we'd certainly be happy to supply it to you.
No, I mean, I can find it on our agenda from the last meeting when we passed it. I'm just trying to think for moving forward. If council wanted those things to be a part of our agenda, we could adopt a rule that would require that to be a part of our agenda.
Oh, you could, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah, Mr. Rosenberg, your name is on this, so I'm going to direct, oh, he's not here.
He couldn't be here this evening.
Okay, well, all right, I don't know who to direct. I'm assuming there is no financial piece to this edit, that it's just giving permission?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. We're very supportive of this, and we give them a very good deal. We try to take good care of legacy parks and the outdoor entities because of all the accessibility that they provide to get people of Knoxville access to the outdoors. So we do our best to make it, facilitate that for them and for the public.
Okay, so it's access to our easement agreement with TVA, as stated in the AIS. All right, appreciate it, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, just for the public's benefit, Legacy Parks will not be charging a fee for the use of this amenity, and it's completely open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Knoxville's Community Development Corporation as the city's redevelopment authority, transferring $20 million to KCDC for the provision of planning and redevelopment services for the South Waterfront pedestrian and bicycle bridge project.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, there are 3 people signed up to speak in opposition to item 11C. First is Tom Ruggles. Mr. Ruggles.
Tom Ruggles, Knoxville District 2. Yeah, so this money, I understand that it's not actually the city's money, but it's money that the state of Tennessee has given to us through the appropriations bill that they do every year. And so my question is, why did they give us this money? You know, who was the one who decided that our ask this year to the state of Tennessee needs to be for this pedestrian bridge? Was this something that the council put forth in some sort of resolution to the state of Tennessee? Was this something that our underground mayor, Randy Boyd, called some friends about? Because he is obviously the president of UT, whose students will mostly benefit from this pedestrian bridge. Yeah, I just have a lot of curiosity about how we came to be blessed with this $20 million and why we're putting it towards this. Not that I think that, a pedestrian bridge isn't nice, but there are many other things I would much rather spend $20 million on than something that'll have a nice ribbon cutting. So, it makes me think about our, the amount of money that we put forth to affordable housing, which a few years ago, this body passed what was called, a momentous resolution where they would spend $10 million a year on affordable housing. And so we're getting this money that is double our annual allocation to affordable housing to build a bridge that has some use. It won't, of course, keep people dry at night. And I imagine people will not be allowed to sleep there at night. So I'm sure it doesn't provide as much benefit as having all of our brothers and sisters and siblings in this city housed. So yeah, I hope with the discussion about this bill that we're able to hear more about the origin, because I did spend some considerable time skimming through the agenda packet and didn't really find how this money came to be allotted to us, which led me to read, well, I won't say read, but I did skim part of the bill, the appropriations bill, which is, of course, hundreds of pages long. And the only thing it mentions about why this money was allotted was one line on a table on page 108 of that document where it just says Knoxville pedestrian bridge, $20 million. So my question is why? And my hope is that we will use our money better and hopefully get money from other entities, whether they be state or federal, that we can put towards the true needs. And of course, this alludes to the federal grant we just got for $42 million, which I won't even get into that because I couldn't scratch the surface of my concerns about that in a minute and 11 seconds. But yeah, how do we get this $20 million?
The next person signed up to speak in opposition to item 11C is Tina Sparks.
Tina Sparks, 37917. So Thomas asked a really good question about the $20 million. I hope that one of you will speak to that tonight. If not tonight, maybe sometime in the near future. I want to draw your attention to the memorandum of understanding between the city and the University of Tennessee. There's just a couple of things on there that are concerning, I think, would be concerning to a lot of folks who have not seen that. Of course, the riverfront, the South Riverfront started way before some of these young people back here were even born. Back 4 administrations, let's see, we had Haslam, Brown, Madeline Rogero, and the current city mayor. So that's 4 administrations. So this money was, this project has been around for a minute. It says here, not only resident, it says here in this memorandum of understanding several times it is mentioned improved infrastructure and public amenities would create connections for residents to opportunities for employment, education, and improved access and improved development opportunities along the Chapman Highway corridor. I lived in South Knoxville for 40 years. Not until recently was Chapman Highway ever referred to as the corridor. Everything now has to be a corridor. Everything has to be vibrant. No, it doesn't. It just has to work. Things can work and not be vibrant. Things can meet needs and not be vibrant. But one of the other things I wanted to draw your attention to is that Article 2, the city is under no obligation to design The city is under no legal obligation to design and construct this bridge until the city, in its sole discretion, determines it has the necessary public support and funding in place to complete this project. Do we have that? Does the city have, in your discretion, the necessary public support?
Excuse me.
So
no
I just
comments from the audience, please.
I just want us to pay close attention to some of the verbiage in this document. Another thing that I found very disturbing, I don't even know anymore. On page 5, while the university is not required to obtain approval of its plans from the city as specified in the SW Form District Regulations, the university agrees to consult with the mayor of the city of Knoxville. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that the university can come up with some new plan, some new ideas of its own, maybe another dormitory, maybe another private? I don't know what that means, that the university can just do something without letting the city know? What is that? While the university is not required to obtain approval of its plans from the city as specified, the university does agree to consult. Well, now, that's very big of them to consult you all. This is your city. The university sits inside your city, our city. The University of Tennessee is not Knoxville. That's just about all. I want you all to really read. For folks out here, you need to go through this document. Yeah, that's all for right now. I appreciate your time.
The next person signed up to speak on this item is Rick Roach. Rick Roach, you may come to the podium and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. The question needs to be answered. It would be nice to know what actually got the, federal government to say no to the first request for funds. What the actual item was or items were, where the city all of a sudden, and then how did the city rectify that? Did you change some words in your request, or what happened? And then you tried to work all this around to where you can finally get, what was it, 25 million? Was that the request before, or the first time? And then now you got 20 million coming through. It doesn't matter whether it's state or federal. It really doesn't matter, okay? Because the plan is to build that freaking pedestrian bridge. And again, reading the memorandum of understanding as to what it's supposed to accomplish, well, Ms. Sparks has laid out basically the basic elements are already in place, but if we don't understand the relationship, it's between the University of Tennessee, whose system-wide president also is doing a deal connected to the old city, which he probably owns half of that. And so everything's going to be directed in a closed loop in terms of who's going to benefit. A closed loop. It's not going to help anybody get to work easier or find a job. That's bogus. It really is. Okay? And meanwhile, we're debating about what's affordable housing, the definition of public housing, And we are shutting down opportunities for people to keep a roof over their head or to finally get a roof over their head. To follow what, when I was a child, we called it the American dream, own your own home. I actually had a member of community development at one point in time. I asked the question about are we ever going to go back to where, just like after World War II, because Knoxville's got a bunch of these. You got them out west, you got them north, you got them south, got them east. You know, they built a 2-bedroom, 1-bath homes, starter homes. Okay? Now we're trying to salvage those homes, and we're turning them into unaffordable housing. And yet we can find $20 million to funnel through the city of Knoxville for a freaking pedestrian bridge. I spoke earlier, I've spoken multiple times about what is as city council members and determiners of what this city's gonna look like, what your priorities are. And how do you meet the needs of well-spoken, clearly iterated needs of the citizens of Knoxville? Wow. I'm no expert, y'all know that, but by golly, I know hoodoo when I see it. And we're investing wholesale into hoodoo. And King Randy is the only one that's gonna benefit by all this at the end of the day. Okay? Who do you serve? Who do you serve? I dare any of you to answer that question before this meeting is over with.
Okay, council members, that concludes people who signed up to speak at public forum. Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions to pass along from some residents. But just to clarify, these are state dollars. These are not city budget dollars. One of the deputies or directors want to answer that, or thank you, Mayor. These are state dollars, right?
Yeah, 100% state dollars allocated directly from the state of Tennessee to the city.
And these are being transferred to KCDC much in a similar way to the warehouse district, not necessarily funds, but property, right?
Yep.
And the purpose of that is so that KCDC, I think Deputy Justice mentioned earlier, can facilitate design, public input, and all the phases that go into any master planning. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is not taking any money from another bucket of city dollars for another need, such as paving roads or housing or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. What are some of the near-term expenses that these dollars will be used for?
Further design documentation for the bridge.
Okay. And some of those designs, or I guess the initial designs, date back to when? I think last night we had a meeting, by the way, for the broader public. It's interesting when you're in a neighborhood or a place where this investment's being made. It's a very diverse conversation, and there's a lot of excitement and a lot of cautious optimism and a lot of concern. I know Ms. Olson has plenty of those, rightly so. But some of the things that I learned last night was how far back the original designs. Can you remember from?
I mean, the original bridge concept was 2006. The original bridge engineering concepts were from 2013, 14.
Right, okay, all right. I think one of the other questions I wanted to ask is, this is about transferring money. I'm not gonna make it overcomplicated, but I do wanna zoom out a little bit in the sense that there are 3 sections of the South Waterfront. There's the downriver, midriver, and upriver. We've seen a lot of investment in the mid and upriver. Most people don't recognize those terms, but those are in the South Waterfront Vision Plan. The downriver kind of side has seen a lot of new investment and development here recently. And so one of the things we discussed in the neighborhood that actually lives there last night was what options they have for making sure new public amenities come, certain things get preserved, and the private development doesn't dictate everything that happens in that corridor. I think this is something that gets lost a lot, is that the primary purchase of the MOU between the city, UT, and Aslan Foundation is to secure a very important part of the downriver area so that the community who lives there can advocate and prioritize what they want there. So without that, it would just be private development the entire downriver. So I think that's an important part, is that the city is actually showing its priorities and saying, there's this a precious part of the downriver area, and we want to step in and secure what it becomes. And what it becomes is a lot like what becomes of the Magnolia Warehouse District that we mentioned earlier, or excuse me, the McClung Warehouse area is a community over, I've already been in 10 meetings with the neighborhood and the people who actually live there, asking them what they want. And they've come up with guiding principles. Now, the next stages are very important because the devil's in the detail and we got to make sure we see it through. But they've actually said what they want down there. I'm going to read a few of them. Celebrate and preserve South Knoxville's unique character, integrate new mixed use and mixed income development. They've actually said they want all types of residential uses. Expand public infrastructure to accommodate multimodal connectivity and equitable access. I actually did speak with someone who wants to use the bridge to get to work last night. Maintain the intent of the form-based code and limit variances. And to the public, yes, the University of Tennessee is a land-grant institution and has authority to do largely whatever they want within their footprint without us asking now. So this is not us granting them any superior rights over our city. They already generally have that. And the fifth one is expand public places with opportunities for existing community gatherings, existing neighborhood amenities, equitable access, and resilient design. So this is how community planning is going to happen. I'm running out of time, but I do want to ask, maybe to end, David Brace or RJ, if you would explain what other items associated with the downriver process and future will come before council.
In addition to transferring the $20 million state allocation, acceptance, if we receive the raised grant, acceptance of that grant will come before council. Then again, approval of the raised grant contract, assuming we receive the grant. Other consultant services that pertain to bridge design, engineering, and environmental, construction contracts for the bridge, approval of a master plan, a right-of-way that will define the public and private spaces, capital improvement infrastructure plans, and any improvements to Chapman Highway are some of the things that we're aware of right now.
And I think a workshop, I think, would be in order to discuss this whole corridor development plan when the time comes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is not a final decision. It's the first of many, and the public will have access and input through us and through other meetings to guide it to make sure that those 5 principles are realized. So just for the broader council who don't live in this district and think about it and listen all day long, every day, this is the first of umpteen times where the public will say, this is what we want.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Smith. Councilmember Parker, and then Councilmember Thomas.
Actually, I meant to turn my light off. I was testing it to see if I could turn my light on while multiple people were talking, and it worked that time. So I'm going to continue to try to figure out what's going on with the mics. I don't know what happened before, but hoping to be able to prevent it from happening again.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, there's been a lot of discussion about how this may benefit South Knoxville. I want to focus a little bit more narrowly on the north side. A lot of what I get as far as concerns and questions basically from constituents, not just in my district, but all over town, is like the bridge ends at the University of Tennessee. And what benefit would it be to people who lived on the north side that didn't want to come from the south and use the bridge we're talking about connectivity mainly here. I heard people who, they want to use the bridge if it's built. These are the questions they have and concerns they have, is would they be able to use the bridge from the north side? Would there be connectivity to the greenways or the pedestrian aspect?
Absolutely. That is a commitment that we are committed to, and UT as well, for everybody's benefit. This isn't just to impact in a positive way students or people on the south side to get to the north, but it can be a way for people on the north side to, access south and just the rest of the greenways connectivity all over the city.
Yeah, that's, I think, very important to the people I'm hearing from. If we do end up spending money, the city's dollars, which we haven't yet, but if we do end up spending the city dollars, they want to get a benefit from it for the city. The kind of the mantra is this is all for UT, it's not for the city. So that doesn't surprise Mr. Brace that we're hearing that. So that is a lot of what I'm getting on this kind of more narrow issue of connectivity and how people on the north side can use it. And it's been mentioned, the connectivity to the greenways, pedestrian aspect. One of the issues also raised is a limited amount of public parking that the public can use, which would actually be on UT's property. That's something that I kind of wanted to throw in the hopper as far as discussions and moving ahead on this. Mr. Brace, would you like to comment on that, or?
No, when we spoke earlier, Councilman Thomas, I think one is we have three great existing greenway networks this will tie into. So the Neyland Greenway, which ties into Third Creek, and then the Neyland Greenway that actually ties into Second Creek there at the boathouse, and obviously the waterfront down by Calhoun's. But yes, I think the information you'd asked me to convey to our master planning team would be how do folks park on the campus or near the campus to access the bridge and these greenways. So that's something that we can identify and integrate into that discussion. So thank you.
No, that's obviously parking on campus is tricky, but the public would like, some aspect where they would have access, or possibly parking close to the campus where they could use the pedestrian walkway to get to the bridge. So that whole kind of various issues about connectivity, pedestrian access, a little bit. Appreciate you looking into that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Rummel, Klepper, and Call LLP to provide construction, engineering, and inspection services for the Rock Point Road and Intersection Improvements Project in an amount not to exceed $79,825.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council, one person has signed up to speak in opposition to this. Madison Funk, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak to item 11D about a project at Rock Point Road.
Yeah, my name is Madison Funk, and I'm from Knoxville, District 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to discuss a resolution that represents a crucial step forward in improving our city's infrastructure and enhancing the safety and efficiency of our roadways. The resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Rummel, Klepper, and Call LLP, RK&K, to provide construction, engineering, and inspection services to the Rock Point Road and Intersection Improvement Project is a testament to our commitment to progress and innovation. The Rock Point Road and Intersection Improvements Project is a vital initiative that will address long-standing issues and improve the flow of traffic in our community. By investing in construction, engineering, and inspection services from RK&K, we are ensuring that this project is executed with the highest level of professionalism, expertise, and attention to detail. The estimated cost of $79,825 may seem significant, but it is a worthwhile investment in the long-term safety and prosperity of our city. By partnering with RK&K, a reputable firm known for their excellence in engineering and construction services, we can be confident that our taxpayer dollars will be used efficiently and effectively. The engineering department's request for this resolution demonstrates their dedication to delivering high-quality infrastructure projects that meet the needs of our growing community. Their expertise and foresight in identifying the Rock Point Road and intersection as a priority for improvement reflect their commitment to proactive planning and strategic investment. RK&K's involvement in this project brings invaluable experience and technical knowledge to the table. Their team of skilled engineers and inspectors will ensure that construction proceeds smoothly on schedule and is in compliance with all relevant regulations and standards. This partnership will help to mitigate risks and minimize disruptions to residents and businesses in the area. The Rock Point Road and Intersection Improvements Project is not just about enhancing traffic flow. It's about creating safer, more accessible roadways for all members of our community. By improving intersections and implementing traffic calming measures, we can reduce the risk of accidents and create a more pedestrian-friendly environment. Furthermore, investing in infrastructure projects like this one stimulates economic growth and creates jobs in our community. As construction gets underway, local workers and businesses will benefit from increased demand for goods and services, helping to support our economy and strengthen our local workforce. By executing this agreement with RK&K, we are laying the groundwork for a more connected and vibrant community. The improvements to Rock Point Road and its intersections will enhance mobility, promote economic development, and improve the overall quality of life for residents and visitors alike. In conclusion, let us seize this opportunity to invest in the future of our city by supporting this resolution. By partnering with RK&K to provide construction engineering and inspection services for the Rock Point Road and Intersection Improvements Project, we are taking a significant step towards building a safer, more prosperous community for generations to come. Thank you.
Council members, that concludes people who've signed up to speak to item 11D. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11E is a resolution authorizing acquisition by condemnation if necessary of a fee simple interest in certain property located at 1509 North 4th Avenue, believed to be owned by Eli Jacob Miller and Lily Lay Miller at an estimated cost of $15,000, as recommended by the Abandoned, Blighted, and Vacant Properties Committee.
Motion made to approve and seconded. One person has signed up to speak in opposition to item 11E, Madison Funk. Oh, I guess, I'm sorry, Mr. Roach has signed up to speak in favor of item 11E. We'll do the pro person first. I'm sorry. Mr. Roach, you have up to 5 minutes.
Well, you'll never be accused of saying we all look alike. Okay. Rick Roach, Knoxville. The whole process of acquiring properties by the city and funneling them into useful status, tax-paying status. I'm definitely not against it in this whole process, but it seems like it's a limited field, and I'm using this opportunity to speak in general about the Homemakers Program. Maybe Fiona could speak on it, or somebody in community development, or you can speak on it. we're missing opportunity. We're really missing opportunities. And some of the language in this resolution was kind of weirded me out. We got everything identified, but when it gets down to the human element, it says believed to be owned by Eli Jacob Miller and Lily Lay Miller. And the transitioning cost, $15,000. And so we've got the city acquiring property. There's a structure. Literally taking it off the market to put it on the market, I guess. I need some guidance, information, clarification about this whole process. Because I have pointed out before that the ultimate goal when you're talking about residences should be to move people into homes that they own, not rental property. If that should be an ultimate goal, we should be able to increase. Let's go back to where long ago when, David, you were our facilitator for the East Zone, Empowerment Zone. And I ended up being on a task force, housing task force. HUD had said they were going to send $3.1 million. And we could design the programs on the front end. And if they approved it, then okay, good, we'll implement the program. And this was citizen-oriented, designed, okay? We did 3 programs, 2 of them were approved. 1 of them was down payment assistance. I think it was $1.1 million would have been okay. Don't know whatever happened to that. This would help facilitate particular groups of people in particular zones to become homeowners or to maybe maintain their homes. This is when I question everything about the flow of money. I don't care where it comes from, federal dollars, state dollars, city obligated dollars, tax dollars. We don't know. And the accounting process loses issues like this for a program like potentially the Homemakers Program. How do you think I know that this is going to go in the Homemakers Program? Believe me, it will. It'll go into that inventory. And the Homemakers Program is designed not for people to move into owner-occupied housing. It is an investment program. It creates investment opportunities. And that means more rental. Okay, and that's not, we need places to live, yes, but let's focus on giving individual families, if you have family values, well, let's give them that opportunity to exercise those values. Owning a home, owning your own home, wow, that's a revolutionary concept. And this would be an opportunity to not overinflate the market at the same time.
Okay, next person signed up to speak on item 11E in opposition is Madison Funk. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to challenge a resolution that threatens the very fabric of property rights and the individual liberties within our community. The proposed acquisition by condemnation, if necessary, of a fee simple interest in a property located at 1509 North 4th Avenue represents a dangerous overreach of government power in violation of fundamental principles of fairness and justice. At the heart of this issue lies the concept of property ownership, home ownership, a cornerstone of our society and fundamental right enshrined in our Constitution. To forcibly seize someone's property undermines the very foundation of our democracy. The estimated cost of $15,000, while seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of government spending, represents a burden that should not be shouldered by taxpayers without just cause. Potential benefits of acquiring this property outweigh the costs, both financially and ethically. The recommendation from the Abandoned, Blighted, and Vacant Properties Committee may well be intentioned, but it fails to adequately address the complex issues at play. Condemnation should be reserved for a truly exceptional cases where all other avenues have been exhausted, not wielded as a first resort in pursuit of urban redevelopment. The Housing and Neighborhood Development the Housing and Neighborhood Development Departments in this matter raises conflicts of interest and the potential abuse of power. We must question the motives behind their request and demand transparency and accountability in all government actions, which is something that's a very common theme with the condemnation, by its very nature, disrupts the lives of property owners and tenants without due process of fair compensation. It is a drastic measure that should only be taken in extreme circumstance with full consideration of the rights and interests of all parties involved. We cannot ignore the voices of those directly impacted by the resolution, the property owners Eli Jacob Miller and Lily Mae Miller, whose rights are threatened by this coercive action. Their property, regardless of its condition, is their rightful possession, and it is our duty to respect and protect the ownership rights. The proposed acquisition sets a dangerous precedent that emboldens government's overreach and diminishes the rights of property owners across our community. We must stand firm in defense of these rights and reject any attempts to undermine them in the name of so-called progress. In closing, let us remember that the strength of our democracy lies in commitment to upholding principles of justice, fairness, and individual liberty. We cannot sacrifice these principles in pursuit of short-term gains or urban renewal projects. We must remain vigilant in defending the rights of property owners and preserving the integrity of our democratic institutions. Thanks.
Council members, that concludes people who signed up to speak on item 11E. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Ryder.
Oh, I have comments. I'm not even going to hold back. If you're going to speak on an agenda item, you should be informed about it. There is no structure there. It burned down. Thank you, Chief Sharp, to your staff for protecting the properties around of low-income homeowners that surround this, people who reached out to me for years for help. The Millers will be probably thrilled to know that you spoke out on their behalf. You see, the Millers are deceased, and their heirs are deceased. This is truly an abandoned piece of property that threatened other low-income homeowners surrounding it.
Mr. Roach, you're out of order. Please don't interrupt.
I get to talk. I get to talk. I get to talk. I get to talk. You guys have talked all night
Mr.
long.
Roach,
Right here until
you're
finish.
not.
You want to talk to me, Mr.
I'll
Roach?
stand right here until you. Just wait. Mr. Roach, you're out of order. Please sit down. Mr. Roach, you're out of order. Please sit down. I'm going to ask you to leave the podium voluntarily. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Roach, you're out of order. You'll be asked to leave the room if you can't get back in order. Thank you.
Thank you to your staff and your firefighters for coming and putting out this fire in the middle of the night that threatened people around it. Mr. DuBose, thank you to your staff and Ms. Ellis for her work on this and some of your other staff. I really appreciate it, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the neighbors, about 4 different neighbors that constantly reached out to me over multiple years for help with this property. I look forward to seeing it go through the Homemakers program.
I got neighbors.
Mr. Roach, you are not allowed to speak from the audience. Miss Ryder, go ahead.
I look forward to it going through the Homemakers program, where that will clear legally the tax burden that is against this property so that it will become a buildable piece of property and put back into use. And in order for that to happen, your staff will have to put it back on the city council agenda for us to vote on anyone to reuse it. Is that correct, Mr. DeBose?
Kevin DeBose, Housing and Neighborhood Development, and yes, that is correct.
And what will be required or what might happen to the property when your staff puts it out on the homemakers list after the courts have cleared the tax burden?
Yeah, so,
What are you looking for to replace this vacant parcel of land?
yeah, so I'll start by saying we have 4 goals as a department. We want to keep folks housed. We want to build more housing. We want to take blighted properties and turn them into housing and promote housing equity. So in this case, you know, this is a property that's, as been mentioned, is severely problematic for the neighborhood. And many heirs, there's no way anyone private can get a hold of this property because of the issue. So,
And I appreciate your staff trying.
and so we'll acquire it and, you know, get the property ready for sale. There's a committee that will consider applications. There's been 58 homemaker transfers since 2019. And of that number, 37 have gone to benefit low-income individuals and families. The majority of them homeowners. And the others have, you know, gone to adjacent, neighbors when that was appropriate. So there's all sorts of flexibility. But to answer your question specifically, the committee will consider an application, someone proposing a low-income housing for home ownership would get the most points from that committee, just to be plain speaking. But we consider other things, like if it's appropriate to split the lot and give it to adjacent owners. That has happened in the past as well.
Okay, so it could very likely end up being owner occupied. It's really contingent on what you get as applications.
Yes.
And then you review those applications and the committee
Yes.
determines what might be viable.
Yes, and as you mentioned, that proposal will then come back to City Council for approval.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad we're at this juncture, and I know it might take a couple more years for us to actually get housing here.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, I just want to speak to the success of the homemakers program in my district. This particular item's in the 4th, but there's been houses in my district very similar. I won't go into details, no need to, but generally speaking, they've been abandoned. They've been problems to the neighbors, multiple code violations. Property taxes weren't being paid, absolutely no benefit to the city or virtually anybody else for them to remain in the same condition as they were. And this homeowners program has allowed us to take those property and turn them into something positive. So I applaud you. We need more of them, you know, and also kudos to Kathy Ellis in your department, who's done a lot of work with the homeowners program. These are very scrutinized. These are not something that I know your office does without a lot of investigation and rationale to back it up. So I completely support this. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Director DeBose and Kathy Ellis, for your work on this and on the next agenda item. I know it takes many years of work to bring it to this juncture. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item.
11F is a resolution authorizing acquisition by condemnation if necessary of a fee simple interest in certain property located at 412 Ocala Drive, believed to be owned by Gregory C. McMahon at an estimated cost of $57,200, as recommended by the Abandoned, Blighted, and Vacant Properties Committee.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council, one person has signed up to speak in opposition to this. Madison Funk, you may approach the podium, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council about item 11F.
Yeah, so I had a whole speech prepared for this, but then I saw the way that Councilwoman Ryder kind of went off, and I really don't feel like being yelled at again. So I'm just gonna talk about how I feel about this in general terms. So like when we're talking about housing, right? Housing's been a really big issue all over Knoxville, and especially in this meeting, it's been brought up a lot, right? And so like when we're talking about condemnation, I will admit that this is, like, I'm not sure if another fire happened to an old elderly couple that ended up dying on this property as well, or if this is different. But I do know a lot of times when houses do get condemned or taken by the banks, taken by the state, it's because old people can't pay their taxes. I mean, come on. These are the most vulnerable among us. Right, the most vulnerable among us. They're elderly, they're retired, they're on Medicaid, they don't have much left in their bank accounts, and the IRS says, no, screw you, you can't pay your taxes, so we're gonna give your house to the city. Is that right? Is that right?
Correct.
Is it okay for them to do that? No, of course not. So, don't understand why this is something that should be done. If it is a house that is vacant, if it is a house that has been burned down and 2 people died and they know their heirs died as well and they don't own it anymore, that should be made clear. And maybe it was made clear, but I mean clear on the agenda clear, because not everybody has time to read the packet, Councilwoman Ryder. I do apologize. A lot of us are very busy. So anyway, as I was saying, the whole condemnation of properties thing just absolutely is not for me, because we should absolutely be reaching out to these people if they are still alive, if they still have connections to the property. And in that case, if they don't, then we should write up a contract between them or whoever who is in charge of this property, because these are people's livelihoods. This is people's homes. And if they can't take care of their home, if they can't take care of what's going on, if their property is, under condemnable status, then we as a city should be coming together and helping them. Because we are a community. We are in this together. And that does not seem like something that the city council understands, at least from my short time of being here. So, yeah. That's just how I feel about it. I apologize that I'm not quite as well read on this as Councilwoman Ryder would like me to be, but that's my whole thing about condemning, properties, is we need to make sure that we are doing the absolute most to help these homeowners, to help these people. And if we're not doing that, then that's a failure on us as a city. Thanks.
Council members, that concludes the people who have signed up to speak on item 11F. Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Ryder? Okay.
Mr. DeBose, just wanted to say again, thank you to your staff as well as much of our staff from KPD who have long dealt with this property at Ocala. The neighbors there also have reached out to me at length for help with this property, and it has been a long-term, multi-year problem. Ms. Funk, I just want to say the issue that I had with things that were said is when things are said with certainty when they are not facts, they are not in the packet, that the assumptions made that somehow the Millers were having their property taken. And I just want to clarify for the record, the Millers died a long time ago and their heirs died a long time ago. And then someone broke into the house and set fire to it because no one owned it and no one lived in it. The Ocala Drive property has not been burned down by people breaking into it, but KPD has long had to go there. The city staff has long had to go there and spend our resources to board it up. Those are resources that we could use to do things for other avenues like housing or homelessness instead of having to board up abandoned properties. So I don't appreciate attacking the staff for working so hard to try and get these properties back into housing and have people live there because we need the housing. And there are good, hardworking people, working class people that live around these properties that deserve safe and stable places to live, and having abandoned and blighted properties, not properties taken from people who didn't pay their taxes, because that is actually, properties where there's just back taxes is a whole different ballgame and handled in a different manner. So Mr. DeBose, looking forward to see this property return to council in the homemakers program after the situations with the title and everything are cleared up so that it can be put out for someone to be able to build and turn this back into housing. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
12A is an ordinance to amend Chapter 16, Article 16 of the Knoxville City Code to prohibit personal delivery devices on city streets, sidewalks, and right-of-way.
Motion made to approve and seconded. One person has signed up to speak in opposition to this, Madison Funk. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to address a concerning proposal that threatens to stifle the innovation and limit potential for progress within our city. The proposed ordinance to prohibit personal delivery devices on city streets, sidewalks, and right-of-ways represents a short-sighted approach that fails to consider the benefits of emerging technologies and changing landscape transportation. At its core, this ordinance is a barrier to innovation and entrepreneurship, hindering the developments and deployment of personal delivery devices that have potential to revolutionize the way goods are transported and distributed. By imposing blanket restrictions on these devices, we risk stifling the growth in new industries and limiting consumer choice. The requested amendment to Chapter 16, Article XVI, the Knoxville City Code ignores the positive impact that personal delivery devices can have on our community, including reducing traffic congestion, lowering carbon emissions, and improving efficiency in last-mile delivery. These devices have had the potential to enhance overall quality of life for residents by streamlining logistics and increasing access to goods and services. Prohibiting personal delivery devices on city streets and sidewalks is a regressive step that fails to embrace the changing needs and preferences of our increasingly interconnected society. Instead of resisting innovation, we should be embracing it and working collaboratively to establish reasonable regulations that balance safety concerns with the potential benefits of these technologies. The administration's request for this ordinance reflects a lack of foresight and vision for the future of our city. Instead of embracing new technologies and exploring innovative solutions to urban challenges, they are choosing to cling to outdated modes of transportation and delivery. Furthermore, this ordinance unfairly targets personal delivery devices while ignoring other modes of transportation that pose similar or greater risks to pedestrians and cyclists. If safety is truly the concern, then it is essential that any regulations be applied consistently and fairly across all forms of transportation. By enacting this ordinance, we send a clear message to innovators and entrepreneurs that Knoxville is closed to new ideas and resistant to change. This not only hampers economic growth and development, but also tarnishes our reputation as a tarnishes our reputation as a forward-thinking and progressive city. Instead of imposing restrictive regulations, we should be fostering an environment that encourages experimentation and entrepreneurship. By embracing personal delivery devices and working collaboratively with stakeholders to address safety concerns, we can position Knoxville as a leader in the adaptation of innovative technologies. In closing, let us reject this short-sighted ordinance and instead embrace the opportunities that personal delivery devices present for our city. Let us work together to establish reasonable regulations that have prioritized safety, but while fostering innovation and economic growth. Thanks.
Council members, that concludes the people who signed up to speak on item 12A. Any questions or discussion from council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public forum, first person, Tom Ruggles.
Tom Ruggles, Knoxville. Palestine will be free. Despite this council's best efforts, Palestine will be free. As I mentioned a month ago, before I was silenced and forcefully removed from these premises, I'm disgusted by what happened a month ago today. The way this body shrugged off Ms. Parker's more than reasonable resolution, her resolution that had been passed in over 100 or over 60 cities across the United States, one that was SEMA, one that was talked about by a diverse group of folks across the cities from a multitude of nationalities and religious backgrounds. I had the pleasure of hearing from Ms. Helsley via email before this about why she couldn't support this resolution, and some of the reasons she gave me were ones that Tommy and others here had mentioned. And so I'll read my reply because it's applicable to everyone who spoke out against this resolution. And so I mentioned of her fence walking and y'all's fence walking in general. If I may paraphrase what many civil rights leaders and those engaged in liberation struggles have said more eloquently over the years, there's a time where silence becomes complicity, and a time where silence is a great weapon of the oppressor. Your silence in the face of this issue does not place you in some non-existent middle ground. Everyone has a side in this manner. Silence is to maintain the status quo, a status quo that has murdered 16,000 innocent children, a status quo that has bombed literally every school and hospital in Gaza, a status quo that is genocide. Status quo is voting down this resolution, which all of you did that day. And so, you know, Ms. Helsley, I had a lot of hope for you when you got brought on to this. You have a very good resume of, you know, working with labor unions and working class people, but the fact that you chose to go against this resolution, I was quite dumbstruck by, but it kind of made sense when I saw one of your Facebook posts a few weeks ago when you were touting a Biden-Harris flag behind you. And so, you know, if you're going to be out there advocating for Genocide Joe, it's no surprise why you can't support this resolution. SEMA. I recall Mr. Smith put forward a resolution back in September that you had seconded it, and it seemed that you hadn't even read the resolution when you seconded it, and you went and changed your mind in the middle of that meeting about that resolution and ended up not even supporting it after seconding it. I bring this up to say that you often will put yourself in the middle on top of the fence. And you can't be in the middle of the fence on this issue. You can't continue to be wishy-washy. You were elected because you said you were going to push back against the mayor's budget, but yet now you are the voice of the mayor as the one who spoke 2 weeks ago in direct opposition to what Amelia did, claiming this personal fear about what happened during that meeting. Your personal fears matter more to you, apparently, than the fears of those in Gaza, the 2 million people in Gaza that are being bombed every day, and you're afraid? Seriously?
Hey.
And it's great.
Members of the audience,
I am a privileged man, but I don't feel that I'm
Mr. Ruggles,
speaking
please
from
avoid
that.
ad hominem attacks against the people at...
All right. I'll try not to, but in closing, let's just remember that our mayor did go to Israel and that anything happening in Israel is pertinent to this body because we are employing the same tactics that are being used over there, over here. And so Palestine will be free, and I hope that there will be another resolution that you all will not be so spineless
Thank
as
you.
to not even second it.
Next person signed up for public forum. The second person is Tina Sparks. Ms. Sparks, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Tina Sparks, 37917. These olive trees. Every year, Mama harvests the olives right outside the refugee camp where Araba and her family live. This year, she prunes the olive grove under a sky of infinite blue-gray. Arabe wonders about the first person to taste the small fruit. Did they like it? Olives don't always taste very good right off the tree, or maybe Arabi thinks they were pleasantly surprised at its bitterness. Arabi is often too eager herself to taste the olives straight from the trees, and she ends up disappointed. Sometimes the olive surprises her, and she finds joy in the bitterness. Joy in the bitterness. For she knows these bitter olives can be used in so many ways. The trimmings can be used to light fire, to make ornaments, to make tools. The oil can be used for cooking and making soap. Mama passes the olives to Arabe and always helps her family in the grove. It's odd that we're gathering the olives so soon. It's not harvest time. She prepares herself to stomp. We're not cleaning or crushing the olives today, says Mama. Just pack them and go. Go? Mama and the rest of her family used to live in a village called El Terari, off the coast of Palestine. Generations of her family had tended the olive trees there for hundreds of years. But one day, before Arabi was born, the war came. They carried what they could and walked for many days until they reached the other side of the country to escape it. But they couldn't save their olive trees. Since then, they have lived in a makeshift canvas house in Balata, a refugee camp near the city of Nablus. Arabi and her young brother and sister were born in this refugee camp. Arabi and her mother walked back from the orchard carrying the olives and the tree trimmings. But within the camp, piles of blankets and boxes now line the rows of tents. Families frantically load trucks and bundles of wrapped canvas. Are we going on a trip? Arabi asked. Yes, dear, Mama says, with a misty look in her eye. The war has come to our doorstep again. Where are we going? Do we have to go? Mama pauses. I don't know where we're going, but wherever we go, we have each other. But what about our house? And what about our olive trees? We cannot take them with us. We cannot save them. Alone, Arabi looks at the olive pits lying around the tent and decides, yes, we can save them. Gently, she plants a pit and promises out loud, if you wait for me, we will come back. We will return, and I will harvest you. Look at us. This is a semi-autobiography about this little girl who went through 5 wars. 5 wars that we cannot speak to, that we cannot accept responsibility for. Not just this one, not just now. 1967, 1948, I am ashamed of my city for refusing to look at these children and to listen to these children. You don't have to stand with Palestine. You don't have to stand with Israel. You can stand for these children. You can stand for these children. You can find this book at the Knox County Public Library, which is where I work, and you can find me in the children's room, where I love my job and I love the children that come there.
Thank you. Next person signed up for public forum is Nicholas Gass. Nicholas Gass.
Howdy. I'm taking the hat off for a minute because we're getting serious here. Y'all are shameful. Y'all could have done anything to help the people of Palestine. You could have signed that resolution. You could have signed the first one. You could have signed the second one. You didn't do anything. I mean, it's not that much, right? People are dying out there, and you can't even do something as simple as saying, "I," after a resolution. It's shameful. Y'all are spineless. Like, how much would it take you to do that? Really? Oh, it's too divisive. What I find divisive is people being murdered with our tax dollars. That's what's divisive. And what's more divisive is y'all locking people out of this room whenever they just want to sit in here and participate in these proceedings. Now, I want y'all to think about what your legacy is going to be as city council members. Is it going to be signing a couple of resolutions to change zoning laws? Or could y'all do something to actually help the world and the people in it? Thank you.
Okay, next person signed up to speak at public forum, Madison Funk. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So I saved my angry voice for now, and I want you all to know this. I have had enough. I have had enough since I joined this city. I have had enough since I moved here. I moved here because I realized that East Tennessee is where I belong. East Tennessee is my home. I've known that since March of 2020, before things shut down, before things got crazy with COVID, and I've known that. But I cannot bear to stand witness to a city that silences its own people, and I'm talking to you, India Kincannon. You silence the people here because you don't agree with them. I'm serious. You locked people out on March 16th. There were over 100 people who were black and brown and who supported Palestine, and you locked them out. And then you locked them out of the balcony up here under fire code. Why is there a balcony if it's against the fire code, Ms. Kincannon? Genuine question. Moving on March 2nd, when me and my comrades spoke, and we are doing what we're doing now, and we're trying to raise you this issue that is very relevant to our community. Every time we brought up Israel, every time we brought up the IDF, every time we brought up Palestine, you shut us down. You made us stop talking. Yet, when I was trying to talk about police surveillance and how police surveillance is right here in Knoxville, and it's all the way across in Palestine where they are being ethnically cleansed right now, and you can't even look me in the eye because you know that I'm right. Because you know that it's wrong to shut down civilians, because you know that it's wrong to silence our voices. And instead, it looks like you're playing on your phone, because you can't even look me in the eye, because you know that it's wrong to shut us down. And I am tired of being in a city where you think it's okay to shut down civilians because they don't agree with you. I'm okay to be in a city where it's okay for council members to walk out when they are being criticized. I am done with that. I am tired of it. I am tired of us being silenced. I am tired of us being called divisive when it's the community that had brought forth these resolutions. I am exhausted of it. And I have only just started living here. So, What can we do moving forward? Moving forward, we can start listening to the community again. Moving forward, we can stop silencing community members. Moving forward, we can listen to the resolutions that Amelia Parker brings up and that other council members bring up too. Because from my understanding, every single ceasefire one, every single one to call for recognition of the ICJ, investigating Israel for genocide was a community project, it was diverse. It had members from every community that's been affected, the Jews, the Muslims, the other community members. We all came together and we decided that this is the resolution that we want to put forward, and instead, it is counted as divisive when it was a community project. And so that is what we should continue to do when we move forward, is to listen to them, to vote on things that the community brings forward through our elected representatives, who, by the way, we elected you, and I want every single one of you to know that. We elected you. We are the ones who should be deciding your decisions, not you. Because isn't that what democracy is? To be looked at in the face of your constituents and do what their will is, not what your will is. And I think that we would all need to be reminded of that. Because from my understanding, when it comes to these ceasefire votes, when it comes to these ICJ resolutions, it was members of every community in every district. So we need to be listening to them. And we need to be listening to each other. And we need to stop silencing people because they are speaking the truth. We need to stop silencing people because we don't like what they have to say. I don't like what half of you have to say, but I still listen to you. I don't like what half of the people in my apartment complex have to say, but I still listen to them. You know why? Because they are people. Because their opinions matter, and because maybe, just maybe, they will bring something up to me and make my understanding of this world wider, to make my disposition towards things a little bit more clear. And yet, we see people walk out. We see India Kincannon silence all opposition to her. We see her silence when we are trying to bring up the fact that she went to Israel.
Time's up. Time's up. Next person signed up to speak is Rosa May.
Real quick, before we get started, how does the wheelchair thing work?
I think there's a button on the right front that can elevate the podium.
Oh, the up arrow, like
I think
elevates
so.
it, and the down, okay. All right, I'm ready to begin.
Okay, you have up to 5 minutes, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Since Israel began its bombardment of Gaza, I have seen nothing but apathy from every council member here, with the notable exception of Councilwoman Parker. Meeting after meeting, I have seen members of Knoxville's Palestinian community and their allies pour their hearts out, asking City Council to take a stand against the Israeli government's genocidal campaign against the people, men, women, and children of Palestine. Every time, you have been flippant, uncaring, and clearly unmoved. I am certain that the apathetic majority of you will remain apathetic, and Councilwoman Parker will remain stalwart in her fight for the recognition of Palestinians as human beings. My purpose in speaking tonight is not to change your minds, but to tell you this. Knoxville's mayor, and it's all but one of its city council members, may condone Israel's conduct, but Knoxville unequivocally stands with the people, and yes, Mayor Kincannon, they are people of Palestine. Thank you.
The next and sixth person signed up to speak for public forum is Rick Roach.
Also, I believe there's more than 6 people signed up, by the way.
Mr. Roach, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to attempt, since it's public forum, I'm going to apologize to you, Lauren, okay? But don't reference me ever again, okay? You did. Don't reference, you know we can't enter into an exchange, right? You know that. okay? And the other thing is, if you're going to defend department heads, okay, Kathy Ellis is one of the nicest people I've known, okay? If you're going to make it personal, okay, you open up the door, okay? I've had several conversations with Kathy Ellis, specifically about the homemakers program. Okay? I read a little bit every now and then. Okay? I've been around the block a few times. And let me give y'all something so y'all can contemplate where I'm coming from with this. And I'm gonna tie it into Palestine. Okay? When I started paying attention when I was 6 years old in 1960 to my neighborhood, I was raised just above Walter P. Taylor Homes. Okay? I could look right down in there. I went to Eastport Elementary, could walk to school. I watched a community get leveled. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, people? Okay? We used an entity called eminent domain. And back then, segregation was the law. And guess what? Black people were moved from their communities, literally, wholesale, between, that I can remember, 1960 and 1968. Think about that. Not just where Walter P. Taylor Homes is. Eventually, the last phase that we've done is Austin Homes, and we put up brand new nice buildings. Guess what? You're playing games with the numbers on that too, okay? It's not gonna be people, low income and or black, moving into those apartments. That's not gonna happen. I got a niece right now who and Seema's not here to hear this, but because she had a personal involvement, my niece had a personal involvement with a friend of Seema's, and Seema got involved, got her out of Montgomery Village, and they used her to showcase the brand new village at Austin or whatever it's called. Okay? Play games. Put a face on it. Put a black face on it. See, look what we're doing. Okay? So we spent a whole bunch of time traumatizing entire communities, wiping out their homes, moving them all around, depressing the economic structure, and you think it's okay. And you're not talking about restoration, and you sit up here and you talk about $42 million of BS. Not talking about restructuring the community and investing in the community. You're talking facilitating gentrification. And that's what is going on. And anybody that knows anything knows that's what's going on. I don't care what kind of little pieces of cheese you handed out to the mice. It's a game. And people are being affected negatively. And you see it, but you're not, you know it, because you're doing it. You're doing it. Okay? I've had this happen to me my whole life. I've watched it happen. And every time I've tried to participate in doing community things, Lauren, what was the first thing you heard me say at the Neighborhood Advisory Committee? I said, Knoxville's only going to be as strong as its weakest community. And all y'all have invested in is weakening communities. Doesn't make sense to me.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we allow the one speaker who signed up who hasn't been able to speak.
Council, your rules state that there are up to 6 people at public forum. There's 4 additional beyond the 6 who've already spoken. There's been a motion to move to suspend your rules. Is there a second on the motion? Seeing none, the motion fails for lack of a second. Without objection, this meeting is adjourned. Signed up? Okay, one more speaker who will be the next person signed up on this list that the city recorder made. That's the motion that Ms. Parker's making?
Well, my motion was to suspend the rules to allow the remaining public speakers to speak, which I thought was one person, but if there's four, then.
I just have the list before me. So,
I won't second that motion.
okay, so the motion is to suspend the rules to allow any remaining speakers left to speak. Is there a second on that motion? That's the motion. Okay, so there is this, the motion is to allow the remaining speakers the time to speak, and I'm not seeing a second on that motion, so the motion fails for lack of a second, and without objection, this meeting is adjourned.